your Seaborn phone has better internet than mine. Hello, everybody. Yeah, what the fuck's going on? Why do half of these Seaborn look like iPads? I saw the enemy preview. It's so weird. Anyway, hello everybody. It is time to finish Path to Life. So the reason we didn't finish... I accidentally clicked on that. God damn it.
A needle drinks as much blood as a sword in the hands of a merc. Besides, it's a tall order to look decent on the battlefield. And a smart cookie like you should know that well, right?
I don't like the way Ina speaks to me. I'm gonna be honest. It's like it's like one part condescending and like another part what's the word? Another part like motherly. And inherently it's not the worst, but at the same time it's like it feels condescending. Oh. Man. I forgot Marvel Rivals comes out today. Okay, we're just gonna install that on the gaming PC real quick while we're here. I don't predict any issues with the stream, but if you do suffer issues with the stream, that's too bad. I'm downloading Marvels. The Seaborn looks very cute. When they learn our weakness. You love Enos's belly button. Okay, Tofu, you love a lot of things that would make you like that gets you going. Like you love Phonor's voice, you love oh god, who was it? Oh no, my one weakness is that. Oh no, I'm deathly afraid of the goth girlfriend. Oh, don't use the weakness against... Yeah, that sort of shit. Hold on. I just started to... Okay, no, nothing good. I did get lucky enough to get Firewatch from recruitment. Now, will I use her? The answer is no. However, I did get Firewatch. Oh, I did get Villainite. Oh yeah, her skin is out. What did you again? You're a heavy shooter? High accuracy point blank shot. You don't... Oh, no, you're a heavy shooter, not a spread shooter. That's right. Soltefera boss has some nice legs. Okay, okay, in the sense... Okay. I'm not gonna... That is definitely not a hear me out from me. But I will not deny the quality of the legs. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's talking about post-transformation.
No, it's peaceful here.
Anyone give me a 6 and a 2? Hell yeah. Alright, now let's take people out of rotation. It's time for you to get to work.
Lovely Miss Closure told me that you need help here.
Elysium, you're out. I would hope it'd be post-transformation. Pre-transformation's a little weird. Because that's just a dog. That's literally just like a dog or something. Where's Click? There you are. Whoops.
Is there a soundproof room here? My fingers are itching for guitar strings so bad.
Please don't do Limbussy on Wednesday again. Okay, look, that was a freak accident. But yes, I probably shouldn't do Limbus Company on weekends.
Wait, don't touch the equipment.
I wonder if the people at Rhodes Island...
This place still feels like home.
Haze. We'll do Cruise.
At your service.
What was that one operator you guys were telling me about who had like default orders?
Is there anything I'd be able to help with?
That like made default orders like a +4 or something? I forget which one that was.
Wow.
Was it Quartz? Because I was looking at Quartz's skill. Provicio?
Ascalon forced me to take
Oh,
this
it might be
body guard
Provicio,
thing.
actually.
Pick your job off the ground, Doctor. You'll be seeing a lot more of me for a while.
Oh yeah, it was Proviso. Okay. I forgot about that. Oh, right. It's time. A life given willingly is a sacrifice. A life given unwillingly is a price. Both are burdens to bear for the one who ordered them. Let's see. The playable... Okay, this is pretty standard. Let me, real quick... we'll get rid of... we'll keep Lumen for lore reasons. We'll get rid of... Lappy and... Lappy and Zole. Bring Thorns, Sea Urchin, and then where's Ulpianus? I should probably bring... Who should I replace here? I guess let's get rid of Mudrock for now, and then let's bring... whatever her name is. Where is she? She's somewhere here. Lucilla, there you are.
At least make it challenging.
Just like the 2,000 armed fighters we harvested weekly. What do you mean? Wait, are we harvesting 2,000 armed Oh. Yeah, I guess we are harvesting 2,000 armed fighters, huh? That's weird. My charger isn't working. There we go. I had to plug it into a different port. Alright, voice log number 21. Unknown language, unknown time. Valeria has been back for half a month now, but I fear the packet from Talos may never arrive. Those precious prototype technologies and biological specimens were lost, along with the civilian-graded environmental simulation unit I ordered. No notification, no incident report. The Cosmos simply slammed the door in our faces without warning. Poor mother, she must endure the life pod a few days longer. This may be selfish, but I was the one to insist on bidding her farewell in a simulated environment. Until the moment she entered hibernation, she wanted to see her grandchildren. How could I tell her the grandchildren she envisioned simply do not exist? No doubt she still dwells in that glorious age where we journeyed among the stars. It's the only way she could see the continuing life doesn't just add to the pain. I chose Talos Union Industries products for their reliability. Mother's too sharp. If the simulation tech was even a generation older, she'd see right through it. I should have realized the risks of interstellar transport sooner. Oh, so this is like pre-Originium wipe. Valeria's leave is all used up. As she left, she was still talking about her grand mission, showing not a single sign of regret. I don't know if it was leaving her regrets behind or had never had any in the first place. One day, I too will sign my name on the consent form and shut down Mother's life pod. Interesting. What brings you here? I came to see you. You've just undergone embryo separation surgery. The Institute of Facility Management should have allowed you to take off time to rest. The surgery is as non-invasive as it gets, you know? There's no need to rest that long. I can't tell whether you care more about me or that little fellow in the incubation chamber, Magister Avitus. Of course I care about you, but any newborn in Ager, as it is now, deserves attention as well. After he is born, will you choose to raise him personally or give him to the Institute of Incubation? I don't think about that sort of thing. It's too far away, too distant. I went to the hospital before I came here. The hospital? Why? You're aware of the battle yesterday, yes? Surely you've seen the news. 2 fleets and over 1,000 legionnaires went into battle, but only 26 returned. The waterway program is at a turning point, and Millennium has endured its greatest sacrifice since its departure. There have also been quite a few abnormalities in the city as of late. What is it you're trying to say? The Seaborn Patrol are already looking for you, aren't they, Cassia? About that missing data scientist. Magister Avitus. You know, of all the documents in your collection, the one I like most is the Death of Life, despite its lack of scholarly value. Oh, Cassia, are you a traitor? I only found that diary by accident. More than 300 years ago, 4 great researchers studying the prehistoric civilization made incredible discoveries in the Mantle ruins, bringing back countless precious technologies and data to Aegir. Compared to all those blueprints and theoretical papers, a transcript of voice-recorded diary is hardly worth anything. And so it gathered dust in the Academy of Sciences databases, until, thanks to your curiosity, it was deciphered and turned into a popular reading material. Merely the musings of an ordinary predecessor on his endless journey. But I love the story of that predecessor. I enjoyed seeing reality through his eyes. How the connections between countless stars collapsed. How the trust between myriad races crumbled away. Goods were in short supply. Technology was lost. Philosophy and art fell silent. No matter how much hope and vision went into their great undertakings, they ultimately faded into silence, just like those nanomachines interred within the beacon tower. Did you empathize with his despair, Cassia? You've never shown a trace of that emotion, though. You even chose to have a child born into a world that could face ruin at any moment. That isn't the choice of someone who's lost all hope. I don't feel a shred of despair, really. That old-fashioned, dispirited, middle-aged man. It's hard to imagine how I could empathize with him at all. Oh, is this us? Were those data logs from the doctor? Probably not. I simply appreciated how, by borrowing from his past experiences, you ingeniously tore apart the magnificent facade covering the eyes of today's Aegir. We must accept that the things and qualities we were once so proud of have no use now. Perhaps they have always been flawed, and this calamity merely exposed them. Once free of worry over survival, people will begin to consider the value. We pray that our thoughts, our deeds, even our very existence will have value. Every one of Aegir's systems is designed around unearthing that value within people. However, value is fragile. You need only look at it from another angle, and the mighty will become the tiny, the hideous, the beautiful. It's a pity that, whether through apathy or inertia, people tend to not change viewpoints they are familiar with. And so people live on their immutable value. Were those values to crumble away, they would crumble alongside them. Exactly. When did despair begin to blossom in you? Was it when Millennium left the home territories, or even earlier after the passing of one close to you? Cassia? I'm merely grateful that you came to see me today. You reminded me that I still have things to do and time runs short. That's a mighty suspicious conversation. I'm surprised you allowed such pessimism to spread in your city, Clementia. The Death of Life, a prehistoric diary collated and published by Avitus. The year it was released, it proved to be incredibly popular among the citizens. They wanted to peek into an unfamiliar life, a thirst born from boredom and idiocy. What you just said would be enough to trigger controversy in any nation on the land, Gladia. A tiny piece that implies exhaustion and despair with every line. It tells the story of how a once glorious civilization hit a dead end far more vividly than any raw data. And in today's Aegir, can it really be considered an unfamiliar life? Aegir may be the prehistoric civilization's heir, but does not require its subservience. We need not condone the rise of exhaustion and despair. Aegir stands unwavering due to its unbreakable rationality. It is our rationality that allows us to be aware of our possible destruction, perhaps even one of all humanity. Even those who have fallen, detestable as they are, at times make choices based on long-term examination and cautious reflection. You have personally executed no small number of cultists in your days in the legions, just as you had to personally execute any hunters who ran wild. You and I are both burdened with heavy duties that we cannot rely on sentimentally. Or we cannot rely on sentimentality. Was it this rationality that led you to hastily throw the hunters into battle for the Waterway program, despite their recent return? Cult it. I invite the two of you to look at the beacon tower behind us. It was once an important component of the interstellar expedition our ancestors planned for. Within the tower lies countless nanomachines. The first Aegir city to break through the electron cloud would have seeded them throughout the sea of stars. They would self-proliferate, self-repair, and connect together in an ever-bright road network. With this, our fleets would have been able to jump freely between the stars. After the outbreak of the Seaborn crisis, Aegir turned its eyes from the stars, and the bioenergy system requiring support from a dozen or so cities were cut off. The nanomachines were incompatible with other energy sources, so after losing their specialized source, they all died within that tower. But our colleagues from the Academy of Technology have helped alter this tower to serve us in a different way, by lighting our paths. Since Malarium left the home territories, it has been continuously marking Seaborn nests. Huge volumes of data are now compiled within that tower's control center. With the precise location of these Seaborn nests, our Class 4 weapons can destroy the primary nest in any targeted area of ocean, driving away the occupying Seaborn. This will clear a path of pure water leading back to the home territories, one that can support a waterway our main forces can pass through. Perhaps the Seaborn will eventually regroup, but at the very least their accumulated nutrients will rot away in their absence, and any re-established nests will bear no fruit. You are lecturing us on the core concept of the Waterway program, Madam Consul. Yes, I am, Doctor. The Abyssal Hunters only managed to save 26 lives in yesterday's battle. The Seaborn were clearly forewarned. Between the Oceanic Terror and the Continental Shelf, this city has been fighting them for far too long. They are now adapting to Class 3 weapons at a much faster rate. Nest 37's position is of particular import. It strangles the throat of the waterway. Abandoning it would mean stumbling at the final hurdle. It is our final battle before the waterway can be opened. We must gather all the forces we can bear as part of the program. The Abyssal Hunters are no exception, even if they have only just arrived home. Can Aegir ensure their safe return? New combat teams are being formed as we speak. They will confront the Seaborn directly and create an opportunity for the Hunters to enter the nest and deploy the beacon. But as you know, these are merely routine tactics. I am unable to offer a guarantee. In that case, I know what you are worried about. Be at ease. The Hunters are responsible for their own safety as well as the risks they face. As this is a joint decision between you two chief designers of warfare, I am unopposed, but I will not withdraw my objections. Claudia? An unbecoming sentimentality bubbles up in Clementia's throat. She wants to convey her guilt, her remorse, her regret. She wants to give Claudia one last hug, just like how she welcomed her back on her return. But she cannot. Claudia. Advisor Blandis has made preparations for your organic regeneration surgery. You should make your own before the procedure. Clementia? Hello? Are you threatening to break up the marriage between Gladia and Opianus? Who are in charge of their two Seaborn their two Abyssal Hunter daughters? Doña Irene. Jordy, you were gone for a whole day. I was investigating a few things with the Sea Patrol. I also went on a trip into the ocean. I didn't enjoy it very much, so don't ask. Alright then, what about you? What have you been up to? It's not unusual to feel some discomfort. Cheer up, Jordy, this is your homeland. Judging by your expression, you've already studied Rogan's data. The young Aegir somehow nods his head while also shaking it. How would you... Isn't that just like making a loop with your head? Yeah, it'd be like making just a big loop. I'm not 100% sure, but there seems to be no real relation between me and that great naval architect. What does that matter? Uncle Thiago hoped I'd leave Iberia, but he never told me where to go. I'm Aegir, so Aegir is where I should be. But people need some sort of concrete connection, even in just a name or some notes, to truly trace their family history. Avita said that even though the Seaborn crisis has been raging for over 200 years, Aegir still has 100 or more cities comparable in size to Malarium. If I'm not Briogan's descendant, then which city did my grandparents live in before they became Highlanders? Or was it one of the ones that's gone now? What kind of work did they do? How did they live? In the end, who were they? Sorry, you don't need to hear all this. You just arrived here yourself, but you're already assisting the Sea Patrol with their investigation, while I'm just, browsing books. You've got nerves of steel. I'm just an Iberian who can't do a thing here. Dr. Kaltzit is in charge of negotiations with the leader of the city, and the hunters have dived right back into their familiar battle, while my lantern and hand cannon aren't especially helpful right now. Aegir will permit a Liberia to look around its warships and ports, but will not allow her to join the legions and help fight against the Seaborn. I can't understand that sort of war. Down here in the depths, all I can do is investigate any abnormal activity within the city, in case it could jeopardize the cooperation between Iberia and Aegir. Why are you telling me all this? My hometown was destroyed in a catastrophe, Jordy. I don't have many memories left of it. The scripture I carry is the only connection with it I have left. It saved my life, and in doing became my guide, my faith. But when I saw the Inquisition's dungeons, climbed aboard the Stoltafera Novice, witnessed my mentor's sacrifice, only then did I understand what faith was, accepted its weakness, found its meaning. You mean? I don't have nerves of steel, Jordy. I get lost and confused too. It's just that, more often than not, that confusion becomes a specific issue you have to resolve, one after another, as quickly as you can. Arresting the cultists, taking back the lighthouse invaded by the tides, finding a lost warship out at sea, aiding an ally in investigating a missing data scientist. The connection you're looking for can be anything, whether it's a hometown or faith. Keep looking, you'll find it. It may not be quick or easy, but you'll find it. Can I really do it? Can you not? You helped Iberia relight its final lighthouse and saved 3 abyssal hunters. Didn't Laurentina tell you that's enough to get a commendation from the consul herself? Whether it's an Aegir or an Inquisition clerk, there are a lot of things you can do. So get to looking, boy. Uh-oh. Prefecta, you're back in the city, but from the looks on your face, I take it the investigation didn't go so well, did it? Lucilla? Forgive me. I need to report on my progress to Consul Clementia. I'm not at liberty to divulge any details. Actually, I was looking for you. There's something I should have remembered back when you were explaining the situation to us. Nothing major, honestly, and it might not even help. But I felt like I had to tell you. Go on. You're the last researcher left. I'm really sorry. Can you give me 1 more hour? Calerpa archaeosporidium, Hypnea fenestralis, Hylamania fimbriatis, Palmaria purpureus, Sargassum penata. There's not too many left. I'll finish cataloging them real quick. No need to rush, Tulia. I'm just here for a routine inspection. Fucking nerd! Look at that nerd on screen. the one in the Arknights, not me. You know who I am? We were in the same batch before the transfer assessment by the Institute of Development Planning. You might not remember me, though. Are you preparing to transport these seaweeds? This doesn't violate any protocols, does it? Calm down, this building's handover procedure is already complete. If you leave the samples and cultivation equipment behind, you'll end up having to pack them away in bulk. Thanks for the warning. But with all these seaweeds, how could you possibly take them all away at once? Now that it's close to land, the Malarian will be undergoing targeted reformation. The city won't have the space or the resources to breed seaweeds. Yeah, I know. I'll take as much as I can. I'll think of something, some way that won't inconvenience anyone. But the base by the volcano is already... That was once Aegir's biggest endangered plants reserve. I saw it get swallowed up by the Seaborn. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Whether in bright shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat seafloor, or cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out the best they can. And they're as old as the ocean itself. Pretty much this planet's living fossils. I'm no legionnaire, and I can't go fight the Seaborn. These remaining seaweeds won't help us solve the Seaborn problem either. But I can't just let them wither away in here. You know what? Weedy altar confirmed? You really love your work, huh, Tulia? Don't you? Ah, my little handy sent over a loading module. Sorry, but I can't stay in chat. Do you need any help? No, thanks, I'm fine. It's so weird to see Little Handy as like an active part of society instead of just being a little hockey puck. When did that happen? The day before the Institute of Ecological Art relocated. I don't know what happened to her after that, and I don't know if she thinks Malarium abandoned the volcano power station and the plants reserve. But I can't imagine her doing anything bad because of it, because she's never abandoned anything herself. Tulia's residence had quite a few hydroponic tanks, but they had been empty for a while. What you just told me might actually be significant, Lucilla. But if I may be so bold, why do you care so much about her affairs? From what I've heard, you could hardly be considered friends. She has something I don't. Okay, I've said what I had to say. I'll be getting back to work now, Prefecto. There's just been more and more happening lately. The maintenance required for the city's unit framework has multiplied several-fold, and I'm running out of ink as it is. Little handy. Prefecta Secunda. Obtain data on the City of Malarium from the Institute of Facility Management. Right away. Retrieve all locations suitable for enclosed hydroponics. Also, contact Irene. Tulia may have left other clues within the city. Ask her to meet me as soon as possible. Oh, price and sacrifice.
These wonderful days just never end.
Oh, you're just gonna sit there? Man, that's lame.
I'm here to help. Wow, looks awfully. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
There we go. Now you build here.
So you wrapped your brain
Drone.
in line.
Logos.
Ready for everyone.
Lucille by Beloved. I'm sure you meant My Beloved, but I think by Beloved is funnier.
I'll do my best to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, okay. What the fuck is this? Matrocellular Nurse. Upon death, spits out a random sea monster with significantly increased movement speed. That is an iPad. That is an iPad surrounded by, like, document papers. That is not a Seaborn creature. I refuse to believe.
Waiting for your call. Soul, the fairy of the other side.
A tooth.
Eat this!
Oh my god, it does have enhanced speed. That's fucked up, actually. Look how fast that thing was moving. Just a crab carrying a box. Seaborn version of Takuba. Oh, a flying creature.
Revenant's back now. Wait in line.
Be gone. There was no room for flying here.
Whew, almost dozed off.
Oh, I forgot I have him in English. I didn't know his deploy was different. It's swimming, yeah. Oh, I guess, yeah, sorry. It is swimming. Actually, how are operators able to operate underwater? Reassessing. Biological safety of operating theater now at permitted levels. Surgery may begin at any time. Hunters, just as before. You will be kept in a deep sleep during the automated surgery. I will also be manually repairing your outdated internal auto-adaptive junctions. These rooms filled to the brim with specimens. This room filled to the brim with specimens, and these lab tables are all rather familiar. How long has it been since we last laid down in such an environment? 5 years, Laurentina. I should... Oh, was that Laurentina speaking? Whoopsies. Yeah, the shark. I should really be waiting for your medulla replacement surgery to finish and your cell originium assimilation rate to stabilize before I handle any of your hunter-related issues. But time is short, and I have no choice but to restore you to stable conditions to the best of my abilities. My apologies, Laurentina. Sentimental as always. Ah, right, as usual. A candle will be lit by your side, so our little mermaid won't look so pale while she sleeps. I've asked my staff to prepare it for you. I knew you'd remember. Please maintain a comfortable position and stay still while the regen gel fills. This isn't so different from back then, except there's a lot less hunters now. Clear a trench of scum, close your eyes, listen to some advisor prattle on, and then sink into the regen gel and take a nap. And once you wake up, all the nauseating smells left on your body will be gone without a trace. While you were in the adverse, fickle environments of the land for long periods without care, your bodies became extremely unstable. The auto-adaptive junction can monitor your Seaborn genes, but 5 years of wear can render even the most precise instruments dull. Moreover, your immune systems have also fallen into disorder thanks to their long struggle against the Seaborn genes. I will do my best to restore you all to peak conditions, but anything lost during those 5 years is out of my hands. Okay? Gladia, our reunion at the tribunal was less than cordial, so I would have liked for us to consider this our first meeting since your return. But you haven't said a word since we started. Is there anything else you need to tell us in regards to the surgery, Blondus? If not, then save it for after the procedure. We can discuss the changes we've felt over the past 5 years as well as the changes you felt. Please stay still. Anesthetic procedures will begin in 10 seconds. So which part is like, oh, I guess this bottom part. Oh, so I guess this bottom part is the puck that we were launching in Stoltafera. Well then, sweet dreams, hunters. Interesting. Advisor Blondus, some things have come up that need your reconfirmation. Did I not say that once the operating theaters have closed, I would be mending the hunter's auto-adaptive junctions and must not be disturbed? Central Control has discovered some abnormalities. You should personally check them over just to be safe. Hold on then, I'll get the door. Uh-oh. No, Blondus, it's a trap! The monitoring units in the dome were performing an emergency scan. We noticed a concentration of algal biosignatures here. Thanks for informing me. Not a problem. Since you're already participating in Tulia's case, there was no reason to cut you out partway. A place where the dome and the ground meet. This former experimental field for roadside coral. Though it can't be compared to the specialized setups at the Institute of Ecological Art, it's much better for seaweed breeding than small-scale hydroponic tanks in a room. Whether it be in her nature or out of ulterior motive, Tulia did not apply for authorization to use this space. She found it on her own, without telling anyone. Tulia. We can't say for sure if there's a church hideout here, or if Tulia is still within. In short, stay alert. Team 1 has already formed a defensive perimeter around the neighborhood, and will monitor the roads. Irene, go with Team 2. Enter via the surface roads. As for the roads connecting the dome and the mezzanine, leave them to me. Got it. Move out. Who's there? Have you found something, Perfecta Segunda? Do you need reinforcements? Somebody blocks her path, or more precisely, prevents her from leaving. The one in her way lurks in the shadows formed by the angles of the buildings, their entire body blending into darkness save their eyes. Eyes that Secunda are all too familiar with. Stick to the plan. Secunda cuts her comms. Is it Ulpianus? Hello! Hello, dad. Deadbeat dad. I think we're on 4? Yeah, we're on 4. It's been a while, Magister. So hopefully I can finish in like 30 minutes. Or not 30 minutes. It only takes me like 20 minutes per, and so that's like 5, so it's like almost an hour, 2 hours basically. Blondus, the weapons technology advisor for the Waterway program, and an expert in Class 4 weapon R&D, correct? You're not from the lab. No set of moves. If the bristles of this long-bearded comb-tooth grass pierce your skin, you'll quickly fall into a tormented dream, where you'll sense your consciousness being slowly torn apart. Oh, these were the researchers from earlier. I guess it might be default Aegers. The variety used for euthanasia has been bred to be milder, but wild ones are still plenty cruel. You may look half dead, but I know for a fact you're the sort who really cares how they die. Church of the Deep. Don't you dare touch the anesthetized hunters. What an odd fellow. Even as your life is threatened, you think of them first. You may care for the hunters, but you've never trusted the Abyssal Hunter project itself. You questioned its rationale, its damage to the human nature, and all the sacrifice it requires. You took part in it, but only so you could personally control all the risk it entailed. You may experience its demise firsthand, saw the extensive project interlinked with so many others come to a hasty end after an uncertain failure. So I doubt you'd want to send these survivors firstly return to Ager back onto the battlefield. No, you don't understand. What I do is only to protect them from further harm. So why not halt the procedure, stop them from joining the battle for the waterway program? The surgery is fully automated. I can't just stop it. Sever the oxygen pipeline below the operating table and it'll cut the procedure short. Don't think we don't know that. If you won't do it, we can do it for you. After you finish handling the Hunter's advisor, come take a walk with us. Explain the principles behind the Class 4 weapons and as well as how to shut them down. Stop! If the operation is forcibly terminated, the Hunters will be irreversibly harmed. Scum. The researcher stops in his tracks. He dares not to step forward, yet dares not to move back, for a lance has pierced his torso, his blood dripping down its shaft. Oh, hi Gladia. If you do not wish for me to ram this straight through your chest, let go of your hand. How are you awake, Gladia? I thought you were supposed to be under anesthesia. What are you doing here? Don't ask pointless questions, Secunda. You're investigating Tulia too. Did you find anything? She is simply an ordinary data scientist who got caught up in this. She discovered something she shouldn't have. Attempted to warn the authorities, but failed. You were too slow. What she has encountered has nothing to do with her past. The battle outside the city, the abnormalities within, the Sea Patrol staying uninvolved with the water program. You've noticed many oddities, yet at the same time your attention was so easily diverted. You mean Cassia? Precisely. You were once so focused and keen as well. So the day you decided to leave the Abyssal Hunter Lab to join the Sea Patrol, I believe you had reflected upon yourself and chosen a more suitable path. It seems that was not the only time you have allowed emotion to cloud your decisions. Aside from your clothes, you haven't changed a bit in 5 years, especially not how you talk. Whether as a researcher or a hunter, you'd never refuse to hear a student's questions, but would refuse to answer if you thought the question itself was wrong. There were no worthless answers. Their worth lies in the questions. Questions are the most effective means of tempering your thoughts, and your questions were always most pointed, Secunda. Then there should be no fault with my original question. What are you doing here, Elpianus? This is the scene of a Sea Patrol investigation. A fugitive Abyssal Hunter like you should be laying down his anchor and making clear his position. Gladia and the others have proven an effective force in the battle for the waterway program, while despite also surviving, you chose to return to Malarium like this. That's more than enough grounds to attack you. Their return will only make the situation more volatile. Even through Tulia's case, it's clear that this so-called waterway program is riddled with issues. Jaeger has learned nothing from the failure of the Abyssal Hunter project. What are you gonna do? Prevent this nation from sliding into the abyss. I'd say you're looking awfully like our enemy now, though. Doubt me as you will, Secunda. Uh-oh. Seaborn are here. What's happening in there? An ordinary Ager doing all she can. But Ager will no longer show her any respect. Who are you? Irene. Oh, and Elpianus is Elpianus just noped out of there. Elpianus? Nobody responds. The hunter has already faded into shadows. You got LPP on your 71st pool? My condolences, Vodagon. What the? Why aren't you asleep? And he's dead. I'm not the only one. Hello. I suggest moving the hand carrying whatever grass away from the advisor's neck. You... Ah! A fair hand tightly grips the plant held by the researcher, its glistening tentacles struggling fiercely as they are nipped off one by one. I told you to move it away. The real researchers are in the instrument recycling room, probably injected with paralytics. They won't wake up for a while. I also took care of the goons in the corridor. Did you leave any alive for questioning? They won't die before the Sea Patrol takes them away, at least. Gladia, Laurentina, Scotty. Landis stands in the center of the operating theater. The hunters step towards him over the intruders lying flat on the ground. They do not lower their weapons. Not going to explain the trick you played with the regen gel advisor? My dearest Blondus, just to be clear, we are no fortune tellers. Swordfish thought something was off from the start. We've undergone hundreds of surgeries. We've probably spent more time sleeping in jails than in our beds. Chai, is there problem to be down bad for fish? You should know that even if the operation failed to restore us to our full potential, we would still have returned to the battlefield. As I told Opianus when he came to me, all I wanted was for the participants of this program to live like normal people again someday. I wished for my fellow people who had come from all walks of life to have the chance to finally return to their former lives. Scotty would continue her life of wandering, hammering away at complex lighting arrays, while taking pictures of the seabed nobody would understand. What the fuck, Scotty? Are you just taking pictures of like the actual like seafloor? Laurentina's skills could let her become the next shining star of the Institute of Physical Art. We could watch the graceful stars retreat across the dome while she dances alongside the meteors in the Sophon Theatrum. Or perhaps we would find her works in the street corners of each and every city. Flavius, the seaweed breeding technician, Nona, the songwriter, Lunia, the exotic organism researcher, and Celsus, the youngest ever scientific exploration fleet commander. We both still remember the names of all these hunters, Claudia. We've both had our fill of sacrifice. This is far from the first time I've heard this little cliche of yours. Your feebleness and stupidity have already enough to earn you a death by my lance. Luckily for you, those church scum arrived at just the right time to save your hide. Are you saying their actions have coincidentally proven my innocence? That's not what I wanted, Claudia. What I must do will not change. Your innocence is of little relevance. My point was that by choosing to expose themselves now, risking everything to stop us hunters from rejoining the battle, and even holding an advisor hostage. All it shows is how effective the deployment of the waterway program has been. Blandis, Weapons Technology Advisor of the Waterway Program. Abandon your little tricks, complete our surgery, and then return to your original post. I have not built Texas Altar yet. Clementia's orders are that once Nest 37 has been successfully marked, the Class 4 weapons are to immediately strike against all nests by the waterway. The church is grasping at straws. As one can surmise from what those dregs were talking about earlier, they will not stop. The Abyssal Hunters project no longer exists, Blondus. If sentimentality clouds your mind and renders you feeble, tear it out. Forget it. Claudia, you're the same as ever. No, even stricter with yourself. What I ask of myself has no bearing here. Just yesterday, out of 2 entire fleets, we were only able to save 26 people from the Seaborn encirclement. Before we entered this old lab, I had just learned that those 26 legionnaires had already applied for positions in a newly drawn army. War is never ending, and no soldier can tear themselves away from the battlefield. That's all it is, nothing more. It would be nice if I could refund Texas Altar and get Mule Sis, but, you know, it is what it is. Seaborn. Where dome and ground meet, an entire wall is covered in remodeled hydroponic tanks. Various species of seaweed grow wildly, and several large clusters have already begun to grow out of their tanks. Separated by a transparent wall, they face the gloomy seawater. Oh, it's the fucking vacuole thing. A lone seaborn wanders about, like a lost spirit. Its tentacles are tightly wound around a transparent container, and the rest of its body shakes and sways as it drags itself towards the tanks. What the fuck is wrong with you, Vertigon? This clumsy posture, as though it's unaccustomed to its body. Are you... Tulia? Tulia. You can still speak. You still have your humanity. Tell me, what happened to you? Left and returned. Data. Someone used. Waterway. Signal. I told her, but she... Told who? Ocean. Fall into ocean. city left. You. They're still here. So far. Holy shit, Tulia turned into the goddamn vacuole. What the fuck? Give her some space, Irene. The Seaborn cells have completely transformed her body. Her mind is near the point of no return. We've handled similar transformations. This stage in Seaborn degeneration is extremely unstable. It's far beyond the point where we can provide palliative care. You sure took your time? I ran into something. We've been misled. Someone deliberately engendered suspicions regarding the scientist's past and her motives for joining the Waterway program. It's led the investigation astray. You mean that woman from the Institution of Facility Management? That's right, Cassia. Once we are finished here, the Sea Patrol will inform the Institute of Facility Management and arrest her. Tulia noticed occasional abnormalities in the signaling system and told a friend, possibly Cassia. She exposed herself to the church. She'd have been chased away towards the fringes of the city, where she fell into a drain and was carried out to the sea by the city's circulatory system. Do you remember how we found pieces of biological tissue on our excursion outside, crossing between two anchorage points without equipment far beyond the limits of the human form? So in her desperation to return to the city, she ate that strange flesh. Oh my god. Holy shit, she was so dedicated to her duty to warn someone, she ate the Seaborn flesh. Holy crap. Never huffed a swordfish? I've eaten swordfish, it just smells like fish. What's that she's holding? Plant nutrient fluid. Her consciousness should be gone by now. Don't tell me she returned to the city just for these seaweeds. These primitive seaweeds are some of the simplest yet most tenacious life forms in the entire ocean. Isn't swordfish parasite-ridden? They are, which is why typically when you eat swordfish, the fillets are typically, or like the steaks are like flash frozen. Whether in bright, shallow seas, the dark abyss, the flat sea floor, cracks in the cliffs, they stretch out as best as they can. Hello, Zombie Jacker. And they're as old as the ocean itself, pretty much this planet's living fossils. Ooh, this is unfortunate. The Seaborn suddenly stops, as though it has just noticed something. Its tentacles recklessly thrash about, and the transparent container tumbles from its grasp, spilling nutrient fluid all over the floor. Biomonitor readings increasing rapidly. Her transformation is accelerating. Why did she suddenly stop? Did something happen? Irene walks in front of the Seaborn. As she passes by the glass of the hydroponic tanks, she sees her own face. Yes, I believe she saw what she had become. A data scientist, yet also a woman as simple as the seaweed she cultivates. She chose to stay, or perhaps knew that following the Institute of Ecological Art to another city would not have truly helped these seaweeds as they gradually lose their place out in the wild ocean. But now, she has become one of the pollutants threatening them herself. Irene closes her eyes. She never knew this Ager woman who loved seaweeds. She's only ever seen her image in the Little Handy, and now, before their first meeting, she's already become the Seaborn she sees before her. Whether by rapier or hand cannon, she should end its life. See, even if I become a Seaborn, I can still do streaming, so join us, we will make the first Seaborn chat. You know, we'll consider. Maybe I make that a project. I believe she can no longer answer our questions. It seems you're familiar with this sort of thing. I once heard a Seaborn play a broken song aboard a ship. I apologize for underestimating you earlier, Irene. The land and the sea are connected. You may not have experienced the front lines of the Seaborn conflict, but you've witnessed both what has changed and what has not, equal in their weight and cruelty. But for now, let me handle this. I could be like the boss of this event. She's an Ager. Irene sees Secunda walk past her side, stopping in front of the Seaborn. The expressionless prefecta places her shield between the Seaborn and the wall covered in tanks, then raises her weapon at the once woman. Her journey ended. her home close at hand. The song. She chose this place to sleep. The Seaborn collapses to the floor. The commander's shield blocks its spurting bodily fluids from entering the hydroponic tanks. The seaweed sways, quietly respirating. Fuck, that is...
I wrote was utilized by you.
Holy shit, that is depressing.
We make for an excellent team, Doctor.
That is so depressing, actually.
Doctor, I'm glad to meet you on land. We're fighting the same war, and that is why I stand before you now.
Alright, there's one underflow. Oh, interesting. Alright, I have to choose someone to replace. Let's replace... Actually, do you have a module? Where is she? She's somewhere. Where are you? What the fuck? Oh, there you are. You are a... No, hold on. Let's replace... Shit. Who do I replace here? Inez, maybe? You are a sentry protector. Attacks from long range. Yeah, you have a module, don't you? Alright, bye Inez. Replace Inez. Hold on there. Let's not get too crazy here. Oh, actually,
sun and gentle breeze.
I think she's my first.
Home safe.
I think she's actually my first sentry protector. Oh my god, yeah, she's my first sentry protector. Have I tried the Gladio LPP combo? I have not.
I'll intercept the tides. It is Ager's duty to keep them
Liskarm?
off the
I don't
land.
have Liskarm. She's genuinely my first sentry protector. Voice log 33. Unknown language, unknown time. The Stargate's remodeling plan is an apparent success. Oh, I guess Blitz is. Oh, yeah, you're right. Blitz is one. Apparent success. And we have re-established connection with Talos. A 2-year backlog of information has been flooding in, but it is bare of any good tidings. First, it was the observatory stations on the asteroid belt. Then the entire system's interstellar hub. Finally, the cruise fleets orbiting hospitable planets also fell into silence. Even the ancient colonial fleet turned into a nomadic museum was not spared the same fate. Along with the shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind by Valeria. Have I seen Clementia yet? Yes, I have seen Clementia. She has a really nice... I actually really like her, like, the way the Ager look. It's like very reminiscent of like a modernized Greek, like, robe style. Or you know what it reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of new Charlene or old Charlene from Final Fantasy XIV. Along with these shocking revelations came similarly unexpected data left behind by Valeria. Her notes resembled her very being, long-winded and inexhaustible. However, she seemed to have spent her last days repeatedly poring over literature and history alongside the technical documents, studying how these great men died, what their last words and epitaphs were. Like a child on the day before their coming-of-age ceremony, rifling through their parents' wardrobe in a frantic search for attire dignified enough for an adult. Did she find her own life inadequate, insufficiently weighty? No, she left practically all that she had at the Stargate. If she had lived in the past, wouldn't her achievements have been inserted into the annals of history? But now it seems nothing more than a narrow door opened between two tiny locked rooms in the dark. I fear it won't be long before the door is shut once more. In the end, the history of humanity has exceeded the bounds of humanity itself. Ha. That ha was all lowercase, what the fuck? Reading error occurred. 2. Run fault diagnostics. Do you need my help, Mr. Avitus? Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Abandoned by who? Don't worry, it's not important. What brings you here, Jordy? I am hoping to find something to do. We're clearly in dire straits, and I'm sure the city is full of problems in need of solving. They just won't reveal themselves to me. Generally speaking, in that situation, you should go to the Institute of Development Planning for an assessment. However, if you're looking for me specifically, I'll try my best to help you out. You're a highly experienced and respected scholar, after all, and many in the city call you Magister. Magister? My last work was the Death of Life book, a book with no educational value whatsoever. I read it, actually, although I couldn't understand much with so many cryptic words like Starship, Stargate. It seemed like you're from another world. Another world. You're right about that. But I find myself undeserving of the title of Magister. Oftentimes, I find myself lost in confusion. Jordy, do you remember when I told you that blood ties were unimportant? I do, but I may have been a bit misleading. While we indeed care little for blood relations, relationships themselves are an excellent lead to follow. When one is lost, one ought to find a connection to reality, be it a life or an ideal, and seek a way out. Avitus, did you have a kid with Cassia, and is that the embryo that you care about? Otherwise, you'll end up like me, sinking into an extended questioning of the value of your own existence. If I may be so bold, can I ask your own relationship is? Someone very close to me. How exactly? She shared the same thoughts and goals, and would enrich both my spirit and my ideas. I loved her as ardently as I loved Aegir, as well as everything we've done for it. I live a life surrounded by mountains of prehistoric material written in their strange script and incomprehensible grammar. I enjoy the process of translating it into Aegirian text. That was how we met, and I still remember how she'd throw herself into her work. Her eyebrows seemed to dance whenever she talked about something of interest to her. And when I told her so, in those exact words, she actually went to the Institute of Physical Art to find out if eyebrows could dance for real. What a strange form of art. Did they manage it? Strictly speaking, no, but some of the researchers were inspired to later develop the technology to make hair dance on its own. That's... Jesus Christ, what the fuck? We've experienced make hair dance on her own. We've experienced a catastrophe that silenced the entire sea, and the Seaborn continued to threaten our existence, but we remain committed to exploring science, art, and our vision for the future. Lava bridges that pump power from the planet's mantle, aquatic artery hubs that transform currents into fountains, artificial suns illuminating the depths of the oceanic abyss, and ecological bases filling the barren seafloor with life. We persist in transforming what the predecessors lost into mystical megastructures. We need only a spark to spur on countless inventions. 150 years is truly too short. 150 years? Yes, the average lifespan of an Aegir. Short, you say. The more dangerous the era, the more valuable our creations become. We firmly believed in living fulfilling lives, and would gladly have gone to our end without regrets as we passed down the fire of civilization. Oh, let me just see something. Oh, yeah, confirmed. Yeah, that's true. Confirmed lifespan. Pretty good, actually. We planned an educational system we believed was better than the Institute of Incubation. Once our child was born via the incubator, we would raise them ourselves. They would possess a surging spirit or fresh ideologies and become a part of a more creative generation. It is unusual to raise children personally, but we had hoped to pass on the values we treasured from the fulfilling lives we'd lived. So what happened to her? Dead. Okay, so it's not Cassius. Remember the predecessor mentioned in The Death of Life? He took shelter in an unknown refuge as he watched the sky pressing down on the earth every day. He already had a premonition of his own end. There was nothing he could do but calmly welcome its advent. But that's someone else's life, a life far too distant from ours. Is it though? Are we not currently going through the same thing? Give it 50 years, maybe 100, and even the vast ocean may no longer hold a single drop of pure water. The Seaborn have unwittingly overrun the oceans faster than we can create, devouring what we were once proud of. How do they forget the what? Devouring we were once proud of, turning survival into our only priority. I watched as she was engulfed by despair. One day she calmly gave up on our idea of raising our child ourselves. After all, everything we have inherited would only be lost in an era predestined to perish. 5 years ago, the Abyssal Hunters went to the lair of the firstborn, and no one returned alive. Soon after, she got sick and died in depression. Our son was successfully born in the incubator, but I sent him to the Institute of Incubation. This was also when I began questioning the meaning of my own existence. My apologies, Jordy. I was supposed to be providing you with guidance, wasn't I? I've already severed my relationship with the real world, but perhaps you have someone or something you still have ties with. But I gave up chasing Briogan long ago. I can't waste even more time chasing an unreachable shadow. Maybe I could delve into the notes he left and learn how he developed his tech, and not just because I might be his descendant, but because you also have talent and dreams in that field. You could try the beacon tower, then. Briogan was involved in its reconstruction, so if you're familiar with his handiwork, perhaps you could help him out. Every Ager leaves their own quirks in their writings, theories, and technologies, so sometimes all you need to sort out a trickier part is someone more familiar with the author. Thank you, Mr. Avitus. Wow, actual career advice for our good old Jordy. Advisor Blundus, are you alright? Of course. The cultists failed to stop me from performing the surgery on the hunters. I'm asking about your physical condition. Thanks, Secunda. I see you're still. Given your strange aversion to medical aid, someone has to confirm you're alright. Although judging from your condition, I'm guessing I'm not the first to try sending you to the hospital. Perhaps the waterway program is too overwhelming. I'm something of a doctor myself, so I do know how to keep myself healthy. Healthy enough to not slow down the program anyway. You know, you should take a look at the plant the cultists were using to kill people. It's difficult to imagine someone at the Institute of Ecological Art using it as paint. Well, seeing as how you're not in any immediate danger, I'll need you to cooperate with my investigation. I saw Opianus recently. I see you have too. Underflow is drip. Only briefly at the Sulfuntarium. You didn't report this? Catching a momentary glimpse of a familiar figure is hardly worth reporting. I'm not joking around, Advisor Blondus. The data scientist's case has been confirmed to be a murder by the cultists, and it may be related to the assault on the lab. Opianus seems to know the victim well, and openly expressed his distrust of Ager. He's always been like that. More action than words, and ever felt unwilling to reveal his reasons. His unique style doesn't explain all the doubts about him. I still need to check if he's linked to several church cases. Secunda, do you really lack any other leads or suspects more worthy of investigation? Or should I ask this? Is this obsession with Opianus merely your own whim? Secunda, I'm the one who rejected your application back then. What did you just say? I said it was me who rejected your application to volunteer to become an Abyssal Hunter. Opianus concurred, but I was the one who officially rejected you. Why? I saw your documents from the Institute of Development Planning. You'd written genetic research in a box asking for your aspirations. You only had to look at another file to see that becoming a hunter was another one of my... God damn it, Yostar. You make it so hard to narrate these because you have shitty dialogue. Was another one of my aspirations. We considered you extremely talented even among the participants of the Abyssal Hunter project. During our technical discussions, you were the only one to ask Opianus 10 questions in a row and get answers for all of them, the highest record for a freshman researcher. The early transformation techniques were dangerous and unreliable. We were always searching for a better integration method. It was ultimately your theories that advanced the program's technology. I considered it an honor back then. at least. But the program itself is nothing to be proud of, Secunda. The concept was born nearly 2 centuries ago, a far cry from the average citizen's impression today. It was only 20-some years ago that Opianus made it into a reality. In the 100+ years before that, it was never afforded any systematic scrutiny or research, only endless debates. To exploit our countrymen and integrate the flesh of other species into ourselves, to save our humanity, was tantamount to toppling the very foundations of Aegir. But Opianus is a decisive man. He can abandon his research, ideals, emotions, and even his humanity without a shred of hesitation. The sole principle he abides by is to benefit Aegir. And perhaps he will save Aegir someday, but our country should not be founded upon boundless self-sacrifice. Opianus understands better than anyone that his very existence is actually his country's woe. I've abandoned my humanity, Geordie. I've abandoned it. I am now vampire. Yeah, I stopped phlegm in my throat. Okay, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Do I have... This has been a while. Do I have... the free... Ooh, I do! Alright. Alright, you know, I'll do it in a sec. And so the Abyssal Hunters did not need a second Opianus. Aegir should not have a second Opianus. There should be no one in Aegir who wishes to become another. I could practically hear him saying him. What? I could practically hear him saying him. I hate you, Yostar. Your English translation sucks. Just get anyone to just read this shit out loud. Like, come on. I once joked to him how much better it would be if you were my student instead. Perhaps you could continue the research he and I used to work on, the evolution of Aegir cells. Or perhaps you'd start a new field entirely. You could have become one of the leading scientists of our time, with the opportunity to explore the primordial mysteries of all existence and lead us into the future. Blandis, you two had no right. I'm sorry, Secunda. Did you start reminiscing about the old days just to tell me I shouldn't bear a grudge against Opianus? I did, so you'd see him in a new light. Being too eager to capture him will do neither of you any good. And aren't there cultists ready and available for questioning? Don't forget your duties, Secunda. Where are they? To the first floor, in a booth in the equipment administration room. Do you need me to show you the way? Maybe you wouldn't struggle as much if you weren't constantly trying to be Wheel of Time. Why do we need translators if we have Google Translate? I know where it is. The Sea Patrol will take over the detainment of the criminals. I'm so sorry, but you can't go any further. We're currently... Wait, didn't I see you at the tribunal? Oh, it's me. It's Doctor. I know who you are, the emissary from land. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are your duties on this diplomatic mission? I'm here to kill you. The data scientist seemed to have completely transformed into a Seaborn by the time she was found. It would be difficult to obtain any further information from her, other than the fact that this set of data seems related to the waterway and the beacons. I've finished analyzing the contents. There are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nests. The signals come from many spots within the city, and I have already inspected the port hub and any possible ships. The only remaining location is Lab C-22, one of the earliest Abyssal Hunter experimental research labs. You should be familiar with the place then. However, it is far livelier here than I can remember it ever being. Secunda has even deployed a garrison in the name of protecting Blandis, a hindrance. I'll help draw their attention if needed. I can manage the Sea Patrol for now. You should focus on the toughest target. You would be the Doctor of Rhodes Island, yes? In the flesh. You say your institution helped diagnose and treat neuropathy in our hunters, and now you hope to assist me with their organic regeneration surgery. Absolutely. Then you can leave with peace in mind. The church's assault here was just a minor episode, and the hunters have already returned to their hibernation. I'll be constantly monitoring their physical condition, so your gaze, no matter how vigilant it may be, will be of little use in their recovery. I see the hunters were telling the truth. You really have a terrible sense of humor. I see they have developed a deep friendship with you while wandering about on land. Insist all you want, it doesn't change the fact that you will be of no help during the operation. I mean no offense. This place was just recently raided, so please return to where you came from for your own safety. Blandis no longer pays you any attention, his gaze falling back onto the holographic projections before him. Through those squares, you can clearly see Gladia, Scotty, and Laurentina deep asleep in the transparent gel. You didn't manage to fully get a full grasp of Ager's writing system before coming here. After days of fumbling your way through the city, you can still only recognize about half the symbols shown in the visuals. But you observe a more important phenomenon within them. Whenever Blondis selects an image, it would emit a faint beep. That is to say, every chosen image generates a corresponding beep on the monitoring unit. Could I help arrange the visual display? Of course, of course. I see you really want to stay, so I won't force you to leave either. It seems you really do care for the hunters, and I like people like you. Little handy, the doctor is unfamiliar with the equipment in Ager, so keep an eye on things. Understood. Doctor, as long as you don't touch anything, you shouldn't then. Uh-oh. What did I click? The corridor's monitoring unit just beeped. Someone's looking in here. Another beep for the experimental cabin in front, and the corner further ahead. There seems to be some sort of pattern. Someone in the control room is rapidly switching the order of the holograms back and forth. Doctor, what are you trying to tell me? This way, then. Oh. The operation is complete, Doctor. Thank you for your fast and furious cooperation. So I'm just like out here like on like the holographic display, just like moving this stuff back and forth, and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? The hunter will need another 10 minutes to awaken, but I guarantee the procedure went without a hitch. So if you could now leave. The hunters seem to be deep asleep. They were unable to get any proper rest on land, despite what I'm sure was the best possible accommodation from you in Rhodes Island. Even now, they've only arrived home, yet now must rush back to the front lines. A single Operation Hibernation session is far from enough to restore them to full strength. Sounds like you tried your best. I wouldn't say so, even if I've fulfilled my duties. There's a fundamental difference between the two after all. I believe you mentioned your expertise in the field of neuropathy. Could you tell me what it's like to be a patient? They fight their fate for the rest of their lives. Fate. Fate? It means an inevitable direction or end. Interesting. The ancient sages have once discussed the concept of fate, but it's been a long time since anyone has brought it up. You see, neuropathy does not exist in the ocean, and most other diseases we manage to cure. We all chose our own paths in life, and the trajectory of our own civilization is ours to define. For the longest time, we have forgotten what fate even is. Yet now, the ineradicable disease we've engraved into our hunter's blood cannot be dealt with medically. To borrow your concept, one may call such a problem fate. Each of the hunters held their own dreams, had their own lives, but now they have no choice but to live alongside slaughter until they die themselves. I've tried many methods to bring them back from this dead end, all to no avail. Even now. Gladia's awake. They seem to be in a hurry. I should get going too. It has been an honor to speak with you, Doctor. I hope you can take good care of them if given the chance. Is Blandis just like running away? Okay, so you know what's crazy? Other than like occasional body parts that are like that are different,
Never mind the use
for
of
the
force.
most part,
Death has its own resting
every
place.
single like
And whose turn is it to get blown to bits today?
for the most part, every single like what's it called? Every single character has been pretty normal looking, all things considered.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you want.
What do your attacks look like? Oh! Oh, wait. I thought you were like Horn. You were nothing like Horn.
Please gather behind my shield.
Gather around it, guys.
For them, the bell tolls.
I have S1 on. Damn. Oh well. Can devour an excrescent a carapace. Oh shit.
I hear period. The reversal of finality.
I would say refrain from devouring anything, please. And it feels like just city kind of look like it belongs to Shadowbringer. I know exactly what city you're thinking of.
Revenant's battling.
It's the one in the Tempest. It's the one that's meant to mimic the what's it called? The oh god, what was it? It's not Opal. It's the one that belongs in the Tempest that was generated by Emmett Selch. Yes, it looks like it belongs in Shadowbringers. Oh, what was it? Tempest cities, Shadowbringers. Oh, Amarat. Yeah, it looks like Amarat. That's what it looks like. I loved Amarat, man. It was such a cool city. Sea Patrol, here to interrogate me. Interrogate? And I never thought I'd have anything to do with that word. You should have thought of that when you intruded on the lab. What about before then? What makes you and I so different? Why interrogate me? What have I done to deserve being questioned? At times like these, I feel like our methods are too gentle. According to our envoy from Iberia, they're more than happy to incorporate punishment into the process. So if you're finished talking nonsense, state your identity. I'm a former roadside coral breeder. Motive? You ever paid close attention to the coral by the road patroller? We hope every cluster on every street would take on a different form or color, even different capabilities. Transport tubes pass through the cavity-filled cluster on the east side of the cellphone theatrum, and under the glimmering tubes the polyps glimmer back, a patchwork of dots and lights. Like a nebula in miniature. Then there's the ones around the port. As it happens, I have been paying close attention to some roadside coral recently, specifically the ones growing in your experimental field. Where an innocent data scientist died. Her dreams, her obsession, her love for her seaweeds were as beautiful as the coral you speak of. But you murdered her. You asked a good question earlier. What makes you and her so different? So why are you still alive? What did she do to deserve death? She found. Found what? Speak up. Or are you implying I should be asking Cassia this question? You. What is the church planning against the waterway program? Will you be attacking the beacon or the weapons? Speak. Church this, cultist that. I'm still not used to being called names like that. Are you sure they're not just convenient excuses for you to arrest people? This so-called church and its cultists, what part of them is holy exactly? I don't worship any kind of imaginary entity. I just agree with how Cassia sees things. From the despair engulfing Ager, she can see this nation's fragile nature. People place too much importance on the value of things, but are unwilling to recognize how fickle these values really are. They've become worshippers at their altar. But now, those values are crumbling away. Before Ager falls completely into despair, someone must sound the alarm. Oh? Perry, you're just trying to loosen my lips. You won't get another word out of me. If you feel impatient, go ahead, scan my brainwaves. You won't get anything out of that either. Questioning you is the last respect I'll give you as a human being, scumbag. Maybe you believe yourself innocent and your actions free of conspiracy, but you will tell me everything I want to know. Now speak. Would y'all let Underflow interrogate you and call you a scumbag to your face? Now, me personally, I wouldn't, but that's just me. Captain, it's almost time for us to leave, Scotty. I know it's urgent. Damn church apologist. Without hesitation. I know it's urgent. You're just running away? I figured you of all people, or not, I guess not you of all people, you're not Tofu or No Brain No Sanity, but I figured you would appreciate Underflow. The front line is barely holding the ground against the Seaborn. The loss of 2 entire fleets is really hitting us hard now. According to their most recent missives, Legions 8 and 10 failed to regroup into formation. Now they're mired in a bitter struggle. If the beacon cannot be deployed at the designated position within the nest, and the deadlock continues, it will mean the failure of the waterway program. Understood. The Legion's fleets are about to launch an offensive across the entire front at all costs, all to attract the Seaborn's attention. As for us, squeeze through the battlefield, infiltrate the nest, and deploy the beacon. Correct. How would you rate your current condition, Scotty? I got some good sleep at least, my first dreamless sleep since our last campaign. The situation in the city is getting more restive. Do you know where the doctor has gone? Nope. I know you want me to keep the peace and protect the doctor, Captain. You want me to stay. To be honest, I'm conflicted. Cleansing the sea of its dregs is our duty, but I'm also responsible for your safety. Have there been any signs of Ishar stirring since we returned to the sea? If it has, it's been real quiet. Only if she's on EN, so I can protect Jane Doe. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, is Underflow's voice actor the voice actor for Jane Doe? If it speaks up, I'll shut it up. Actually, I've got something to say to you, Captain. We've never been this cautious in our work before. We had our ways of handling this sort of thing. If the Church's God, the one the scum call Ishar really is inside me, then if I ever go out of control, I want you to execute me on the spot. Simple as that. My heart's right to hear. I trust you won't miss. Does Gladia know about Scotty Alter? Scotty, I'm not finished. If you or Shark start to fall under their influence in battle before I do, I won't hesitate either. Well, what I was going to say is that with war close at hand, I can imagine nothing more reassuring to hear. Let's go. They all know? Really? Miss Laurentina. No need for that dreary honorific, little bird. We're not strangers, are we? Laurentina. Considering how long we've been in this city, I'm surprised this is the first time we've run into one another. This is sad. I've always wanted to take our brave little warrior out on a real hunt in the depths. Sadly, the nest we're headed to is too far and too deep. No way to bring you along. It's alright, even if I had an option, I'd stay in Malarium regardless. Oh? Yeah, I know they had a heated conversation about Siltafed and Novice, but like, do they know the existence of Scotty Alter, given that we can have her as an operator? Probably not, I guess, in the canon. Love the clips you shared. No. I'm eager to join your community and support. Feel free to send me Discord requests, Jay. So, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, if... yeah, I'm not, I don't trust that. I'm banning that. The first time I wore deep water equipment and entered the ocean, I was immediately knocked out by the current, or knocked about by the current. I hate to admit it, but I'd be dead weight out there. No need to talk like that. The first time is always rough. Anyway, I can do a lot more in the city than in that nest. And once you've completed your mission and Aegir's weapon systems start cleansing the area, I'll have to return to St. Carmen and make an urgent report about why the sea's surface has changed. Ah, so you meant were to be parted once more. Hold on, I missed it. That's right. I'd be offering you all farewell gifts, but I wasn't expecting this before we left for Malarium, so I have nothing to give. Don't worry about it, we'll meet again. While we won't be needing to drag you from the sea half-drowned this time, I have a feeling our next reunion will be unforgettable in its own right. Oh, look, Scotty and Gladia are coming. Take care of yourself, Laurentina. Dude, she was embarrassed by having to be saved. Finished with your chat? Yes, it's past time we left, hunters. Doctor, seems you got the evidence you wanted? Yes, you've been a great assistance. So, what's the verdict? As previously mentioned, there are unusual data interactions between the beacon within the city and the ones deployed in the nest. It seems the bulk of the work was handled by Lab C-22, namely, the facility we just infiltrated. While I do not fully understand the principles behind the beacon system, or the Class 4 weapons, the contents of these interactions can still be inferred. The coordination between the beacons and the weapons has been altered. As I surmised, the waterway program has been infiltrated at the highest level. Did you doubt the program from the start? Correct. Even before it was conceived, I had my doubts about Ager. From where? That decisive campaign. You were meant to kill the Firstborn, but you lost contact with your team. Scotty was left to take the burden. So you already know. Scotty trusts you more than expected. I put it together from what she said. My dereliction was due to a moment of distraction. In a cave, or rather, a cavity closest to Ishar Malah's core, I noticed something that should not be there. Crude piles of meat, turbid mucus. At first, I assumed they were nodules of its body, but then I saw clearly the measuring scales and flow channels around them. A corroded water flow meter. One from Ager, a design hundreds of years old. One that now exists only in museums. Hundreds of years old. Based on the degradation, it had sat within Ishar Malah's body for 2 centuries. But I had been told that no other Ager had ever managed to reach the Firstborn before us. That is to say, before Ager was even aware of it, its people had secretly come into contact with the Firstborn. The undercurrents beneath tranquil Ager are more turbulent than anyone could imagine. I also found something odd while you were out. As soon as the hunters awoke, they left. They're being used to break the deadlock at the front. I can imagine the mission they've been assigned. Bypass the front lines, advance to the nest, and deploy the beacon. First support, now the linchpin? It's too quick. The advisor seems more anxious than them. He left the lab at the first opportunity. Blandis, then I fear we too must act as quickly as possible. If the coordination between the beacons and the weapons have been tampered with, then there is only one place to go, the core of the waterway program, the beacon launcher. As for you, I'll go see the one who gave the order, Consul Clementia. Oh, right. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Thank you, Myrtle. Very cool. Alright, now it's time to get going. BP6. What Ager represents has never been justice, but the dignity of humanity. Oh, we get Little Handy! Hell yeah. They haven't seen that for? Goddamn, Ager has been diddling the Seaborn for quite a while. Oh my god, there's a lot of Seaborn brand. Oh. Wait, no, I have a solution. My solution is, Wizardel. I was trying to figure out if there's like a caster solution I have, but I was like, actually I don't have a lot of casters. The Ligma 4. You want Diddly Sharmalan, not Scotty. Ugh, what a stench. All these years and they still won't make better camouflage cream. It wouldn't do any harm for us to at least smell different for the Seaborn, you know? Don't move so much, Shark. It'll only make the smell stronger. When you smell this much like a Seaborn, I might hack you out on instinct. The whole plateau is trembling. Those giant worm-like Seaborn are tunneling through the rock beneath us. Stay concealed. Oh my god. Look at those numbers. Honestly, between the currents and the Seaborn, who's carrying who? They're flooding towards the front line. I can't imagine. Can't imagine what the soldiers there are fighting through. Snap out of it, Scotty. You'll crush your hip doing that. We mourn those on the front best by completing our mission. Thanks to the Legion's fleets containing the Seaborn swarm, we were able to slip in and plant this beacon in the nest. Even a single plant could alert the Seaborn to us, if it happens to be assimilated. There's no room for negligence on our path forward. The great bleached coral will cover us as we dive for the depths of the rift. Yes, Captain. Oh my god, look at your hair, man. Jordy, right? Fast learner. A lot of students come here on work experience. With all the operation protocol, it never takes more than a day for them to slip up. You, though, picked it up just by watching for a little while. You've done this before? Just a bit. I've done some work in an Iberian lighthouse. The beacons share a few principles with it here and there. I see, so you're into engineering. Explains a lot. I've worked longest as a caregiver, though. Caregiver? What kind of job's that? Huh? Watching over the sick and elderly, taking care of their daily needs, sorting out all the little things for them. Gotcha. So it's like slapping a little handy modules 153 and 274 in at the same time. But the little handy is impersonal, right? That's correct. You look taut as a wire, Jordy. This isn't an exam on Ager general knowledge. I just want to ask, if the little handy has no personality, how is it supposed to meet the emotional needs of its patients? To care for the people is to meet them in their weakest, most vulnerable moments, after all. I'd say physical frailty doesn't particularly inspire emotional needs in us, and if we're headed for the grave, even with illness, we don't feel especially vulnerable either. We do let the old and sick request some final company before their euthanasia. Holy shit! Euthanasia, though. Usually a leading philosopher will come in, scholars from whatever field in the general whatever field, really. I know nothing about philosophy. I just talk to them about the most banal things. Food, flowers, sunshine, and so on. But for some reason, they're always so happy to listen. You're a great guy, Jordy. That shows how keen you are at grasping people's moods. No promises, but something tells me you'd shine in the Institute of Development Planning or Institute of Incubation, too. Could I? Regardless, thank you so much. I've finished resetting the storage facilities here. Wonderful work. Now about... Wait, did you just see something zip past the hologram? What? Uh-oh. Hello, Opianus. You could knock, you know. It seems a little fucked up that you just smashed the door down. Euthanasia? When Youth in America rolls in? Holy shit. Intruder. Oh, and he's down. You? Young man, you saw none of this. You have no reason to complicate things. Motherfucker rolled in, knocked down a scientist, went, oh, hey, I recognize you. Okay, you didn't see shit. Wait. Youth of freedom for all? Shark's song will be too loud. Scotty, you open the way. Cut through this cluster as quietly as you can. Alright. Okay, that's a little loud, isn't it? But for an instant, the invading hunters are bathed in vivid color and indistinct light. That which the Iberians call Nethersea brand creeps across the coral layers, the spawn of the many lilting in their craggy nests. Eggs are swept from this cliff face as the currents pass, metamorphosing as they spiral down, indescribable folds yet unfolding, until a Seaborn form emerges. Oh. They're waking up. Holy crap. Ah. The newborns silently gather together, their trembling bodies echoing all throughout the nest. Intertwining palps and feelers, they sweep each other off for off far away. They just keep on leaving their nests, rushing for the front line. Wait, don't you think something's off? How did that one turn into a whole bunch out of nowhere? What's it doing? Multiplying? Splitting? I've had this gnawing feeling ever since we bailed out the fleet. Swordfish? Have these assholes evolved even more? The Seaborn are forever evolving. Scotty, can you remember the first Seaborn you ever killed? Not really, just that it had a lot of gross tentacles. That's what I mean. Tentacles, stingers, chitinous shells, we can still discern their organs, identify their functions at a glance. Prior to this, the Seaborn's only skill was to hijack whatever evolutionary progress other species had accrued over the epochs. But now we got these things. I can't begin to tell what their organs are. If I didn't know better, I might not even think to connect them to the fodder we were slaughtering just 3 months ago. The Seaborn's needs have outgrown the evolutionary advancements. They've begun seeking their own answers, which means their evolutionary course now transcends our knowledge. If we are unable to gloss their physical composition, unable to discern their organs' unique functions, unable to predict the direction they will evolve, we won't know how to kill them. We can fetch a specimen for Advisor Blondus while we evacuate. Still, the mission takes priority for now. Scotty, you and I will find where the wall hasn't been branded, embed the beacon there and activate it. Laurentina, spot our surroundings. We withdraw as soon as it's planted without delay. It's like someone's giving them some new evolution paths. Oh, sorry, I gave the Seaborn internet. they saw some interesting evolution paths from the internet. Conso Clementia. Greetings, Doctor of Rhodes Island, and well met in Millennium. Oh, thank you for becoming an associate engineer, Coyote. Oh, I guess speaking of associate engineer, time to get 5. Whee! Who gets it? Gerard Wolf, Estado, Gantinama, Harumo Toki, Eggy! Alright, Eggy got it. And then another 5. Leoje, Haribon, Lucas, Chesteran, and Famgyabao. Okay. It's so over. It's so over for y'all. Dude, you guys are so unlucky. Gotcha, chat. It definitely doesn't help that it's based off of, like, followers, so... a little unfortunate for y'all. Greeting Doctors of Rhodes Island, and yeah, at long last our first official conversation. Well, Kaltzit's the official Iberian envoy. Save your modesty. Oh, right, speaking of... remove. You got your mod and the subs have run out. You have lost your month of mod. Shouldn't have showed up, Kevin. I would have forgotten. Save your modesty. Dr. Kaltzit's awe-inspiring knowledge transcends the boundaries of space and time. So for her to be keeping you up her sleeve, the depths you hide must be deeper still. Whether you come to me in doubt, or with conclusions of your own to share, I am prepared to listen. You sent the hunters into a literal nest of danger. That's right, Kevin. You don't have mod anymore. It's been a month. Much like Dr. Kaltzit, you have misgivings about this decision. Yet I had no choice but to order them to meet death in the eye once more. My hand was forced. Only they can break our present impasse. Who's next? I don't know. We'll see later. Rational? Maybe a little too rational. The legions are deployed to capacity. The Abyssal Hunters must assume combat duties, even having recently returned to Ager. You suspect this situation was deliberately engineered. I gather you returned from the city with findings of your own. The beacon weapon link was tampered with. Little handy, priority order. Contact the supervisors for the beacon and class 4 weapons R&D. And notify all— oh my god, she went straight into business mode. What the fuck? Should not have come here in the first place. And notify all Legion commanders. Leave enough of your fleets at the front to curb the Seaborn and Sister Hunters. The rest should withdraw in order to return to the city. The Sea Patrol will seize the beacon tower right away. You have our gratitudes for informing us, Doctor. I know I owe the two of you an explanation for how I have deployed the Abyssal Hunters. We don't hold you accountable on a tactical level. You know their prowess against the Seaborn better than us. I can only say this: your power of observation would not have missed the scales on Gladia's neck. We can assume the Hunters will have no trouble seeing this assignment through. But what was your guarantee they would be spared from mutating while in the nest? The words of Advisor Blondus and nothing more? Advisor Blondus' statement at the tribunal served to strengthen Millennium's confidence in the Abyssal Hunters. I confess, though, it failed to even ease my mind. I take it the Hunters still weigh heavily on your thoughts. Ager never truly wound down the Abyssal Hunter project following the strike on the Firstborn. I have not been involved, but my countrymen have every right to interrogate me for my awareness of it alone. For a short time after the Firstborn died, the project went through major upheavals. Anomalies plagued the experiments, and the Church grew only more fixated on the Hunters. This suggests there are urgent hidden truths about the Hunters yet to be found. Yet it also proves that the project can no longer run publicly. To this day, it still operates in secret. But even now, Ager only has 3 Hunters, including Gladio. No, 4. For how constantly we iterate onto our technology, we have never succeeded in making another Abyssal Hunter. No matter how stable the subject's signs and psychological indicators are, they lose their reason the moment they awaken, immediately corrupting into Seaborn. They don't even make it out of the chamber, let alone to the ocean proper. Abyssal Hunters are bound by blood. We forgot. What is this blood binding them? We don't know. We still don't know why Gladio's group have kept their reason intact. Sounds like they're your key to solving this, yet you chose to send them up to the front. Indeed, for Gladia, Laurentina, and Scotty and all the participants, it was an irresponsible act. But the front lies at Millennium now. We made it in time to cut off the Seaborn tide as it laps at dry land, but Millennium is far from impregnable. If we fail to open the waterway now, it is only a matter of time before the city is lost. The Seaborn have organized to seize that waterway by the throat. Storming them head-on will invite a large-scale counterattack. What's keeping them bound? The fact that they look fabulous? Could you imagine? At which point I fear none will survive. Is risking the Hunters a necessary cost here? The Hunters may well give their lives, they may well transform, but right now they are our greatest hope. Gladia has always been skeptical of the waterway program's feasibility. It was for that exact reason that she did not hesitate to serve as a link in its chain. Your doubts and struggles may differ, but all roads lead to the same place in the end. That seems to be an unspoken yet shared understanding among the Ager, one not without its sorrows. Upon the bricks of the Theatrum's entrance, the architect Martis left this maxim: there is no justice here, only the path ahead. In later generations, some criticized Martis as being overly fixated on material value, squandering his energy on comparing worth against worth. But ultimately, all that mattered to him was Ager's path forward. Justice was merely a value cherished by the masses, and he preferred to apply his thought elsewhere. Perhaps Gladia and I have been acting on his philosophy without realizing it. Dr. Kultzit, everything you have said rings all too true. I am bound in the end to carry Ager's arrogance with me, and nothing will change that. I would like to amend that wording. Arrogance is a word seems insufficient to describe Ager. You respect equally the humanity of your every citizen. To realize each individual's worth is the guiding star for your entire society's development. Yet at the same time, you are capable of making the cruelest judgments and calmly accepting them for the sake of Sir Ager's survival as a whole. Calmly, you say. We Ager are not cold-blooded. Whenever you would feel wrath, our own hearts are far from unstirring. These are feelings I had wished to convey to Gladia once upon a time, but I realized I had no right to. Every decision I made for her, I based in pure rationality. How natural, then, that I lost that right. How dare I ask for an emotional pardon? The same is true even now. And so, calmly, I accept my own judgment. Uh-oh. The designated individual has been contacted. Advisor Blandis did not pick up. Dr. Colsett? Doctor? I'm deeply sorry I could not give you an appropriate answer. But right now, I ask that you permit me to carry out my duty. I think Dr. Blandis might just be an idealist and a traitor. The Anathema of Ager.
No time to waste.
Those things creeping on the floor. I remember seeing this back in Iberia. Now the sea brand is what the Iberians call it. One of the ways the Seaborn propagate themselves. Remember to use your little handy to clean it swiftly. Little handy we've been issued this time is equipped with drilling tools, so it can also be used to destroy Seaborn created excrescent carapaces if needed. Attack deals splash damage, loses splash damage when blocked, immune to sleep and stun. Holy crap.
Good scenery here, Doc.
When were the seeds of this tragedy planted?
Okay, I just need to spawn camp you real quick.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
So you wrapped your poor little guy. It's your unlucky day. Oh, I have to get serious now.
So this is a battlefield.
I can't believe Little Handy has returned. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I just nuked Wizardel on accident.
I have to get serious now.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
Don't worry about it. It didn't occur. Fake news. Fake news.
An eye for an. Don't move.
It's fine, as long as I can muster up the courage.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I know what you
Where's my shoe mod? That's a lovely question. I forgot to get my shoe mod.
I have to get serious now.
Now you can't ban me.
Who says there's always a countdown?
Dude, that poor Wizardel. Wizardel just like had her feet just knocked away under her.
Almost got her around me, guys.
Thus, I
What did I pick for selector? I actually haven't done my selector yet. I was gonna gamble in a sec. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Like, all that mattered was that I killed the big guys. Like, okay, like a silly mistake, but it was okay. Big Blaze got 37%. Yes, but so did Silver Ash. So we're just gonna gamble. Awake? I've taken care of your wounds. You'll find 2 doses of stimulant beside you to bring you back to your senses. Shall I administer, or would you prefer the little handy? Fine, do it yourself. Very practiced motions. It seems you've recuperated well. Now, useless as I know it is, I do need to tell you this. You cannot keep experimenting on yourself, or you'll have to cover your eyes as well to avoid looking like you've been tortured. The mask won't be enough, at least. My wardrobe has nothing to do with my modifications. True, you've always looked that way. We all got shivers as you entered the classroom and sat your gloomy self down. All this time we've known each other and you barely even show me your face. Blondus, given that you started cracking jokes, I take it the results are less than awful. Now that's tricky to say. The emotional ride we've been through felt like being seated next to Secunda, as she sailed a patrol ship with both eyes shut. That is to say, utter madness. First of all, I noticed a baffling effect on your auto-adaptive junction. Your body's reaction is bizarre. When the Seaborn genes exert their abnormal dominance, your anti-Seaborn gene rejection response doesn't intensify. No, it actually lightens somewhat. Which means my transformation is getting faster. No, quite the opposite. It was right as I was canceling the surgery that I observed a curious phenomenon. Once your rejection ebbed, your Seaborn genetics slowed down their influence. As if, to be crude, your body and the Seaborn genes had reached some sort of understanding. That is certainly worth further study, but for now I need to know one thing. Will this impact the Hunters in their upcoming battle? Slaying the Firstborn will be our single most important operation since we were created. At this point, I will allow no freak accidents. I observed no negative effects so far. I'll be setting up a few more risk assessments before you head out. That said, if we're going to figure out what's underpinning this phenomenon, then you'd best do your best to... I hate this shit. You'd best come back alive so I have something to study at all. I needed to figure out whether or not what they were trying to say there. I'll be honest, I'm anxious. We've never waged a war on this scale before. We're marching every single Abyssal Hunter, plus 3 whole standing legions, off into a single trench. If not with a war like this, how would we ever kill their Genesisoic, their source, their god? Did I stutter? No, I was trying to read whatever the fuck this is. Because it's saying, fucking, then you'd best you come back alive. Do you truly believe we can polish off the Seaborn just like that, once and for all? You've worked with us for over a decade, and you still have doubts about the Hunter project. Do you want the truth? The truth is, I should have vetoed this project at the audit stage. A roadmap to warping evolution, predicated on sacrificing our own people's humanity. If not for you, I wouldn't have even entertained its feasibility, let alone poured 10 years of my own blood and sweat into it. But it's a sunk cost now. The more I doubt it, the more crucial it is for me to be its core member, to steer it with my own 2 hands. Yet I can't shake the thought of how many monsters this lab's created, the majority of which were put down by your own 2 hands, Opianus. Yes, their deaths don't even qualify as sacrifices to you, do they? A homeland ravaged by Seaborn will only wrest away even more Acre lives. We've had this debate 1,000 times. We don't need another before I leave. Get the risk assessments going. Furthermore, suspend all ongoing hunter modification trials. Come again? With no hunters present, it would be difficult to deal with any aberration results. Aberrant. Opianus, you've been the director of the Abyssal Hunter project for its entire lifespan, and even you can't be fully confident in it, can you? That's the real reason you chose to be the first subject. Can this campaign put the Seaborn crisis to rest? Yes or no? Even you can't be sure. Blondus. No, Opianus. I've spent each and every day hoping more than anyone that this will end in victory. Maybe when you sail back safe and sound, the project will have no more reason to exist. Think, we could even pick up where we left off on all our old research. You barely even remember, do you? Well, I ran into our old teacher at the console. He asked about that dream of ours. The evolution of Acre cells. It made for no particular grand abstract, but glimpsing the whole course we've run from a microscopic cross-section, that's a beautiful pursuit, and no one can tell me otherwise. From our ancestors swaying their limbs in the rivers eons ago, to us here and now as we debate science and ideals, there's a flow to it, an order of events. It's not too late for us to witness it, is it? Uh-oh. What are you doing, Opianus? You finally came, Opianus. You won't even resort to flaunting your wretched sense of humor as a plea. Wretched sense of humor. Secunda would agree with you. No, Blondus, I didn't want you to be the traitor. You were so cool. Well, okay, no, you were just depressed, but I like the depressed scientist, the archetype. You know, she's really grown to resemble you over the years. I fear we'll have another you on our hands someday. Along with the countless other yous born by or against their will, throwing themselves into the fight against the Seaborn and perishing in combat until the shores are soaked in Acre's blood. It grieves me how she's changed. The changes in you, though, I can barely begin to comprehend. Stop what you're doing right now and explain your game to me. Blondus, cultist of the deep. You're late. I have hardly anything for you to stop now. Just a moment ago, my Harlow chart received a signal from the S-37. The final beacon is activated and the Class 4 weapons are warming up. You're not putting this one down, Opianus. And if you'd hope to learn what the Church is planning, I can't help you. They were tripping over themselves to protect me out of their own wishful thinking, and then one day they just went and changed their minds. If not for their actions, I know I might have been caught long ago. No, though. I've never counted myself among their members. I can't even make heads or tails of their warped doctrine. Still, if you're asking me what drove me to do all this, I would love to bend your ear. Excellent. Then I won't need to resort to violence. Violence. Still take that as your first impulse. If it weren't for the embarrassing situation you've put yourself in, I'm sure the Institute of Development Planning would love to have a chat with you. Want to know something? It took only moments after the fans' campaign for them to declare you all dead. Then, soon enough, the Institute came down to me with an invitation to restart the Hunter Project. You haven't seen the casualty report for that campaign yet, have you? You should have a read. Abyssal Hunters Legionnaires. Their sacrifice is a tragedy, yet the ending a farce. Violent resistance was always a dead end. The project was dead in the water from the start. Granted, Aegers never used crude platitudes or propaganda to encourage such sacrifice. Every one of the project's subjects was given the freedom to make an informed decision. But using the sacrifice of our citizens as a market standard, well, that makes the very question of free choice much ado about nothing. Once, an Aegir's worth lay in all that they had built up and created during their life, and now, our very lives, even our deaths, are all price tagged. I will record your words, even though it's pointless. Blandis, I expected your suspicion and dissent to drive you to search deeper, not reduce you to the cowardly, self-deceiving man you are now. Whether out of passion or mourning, it's all still the same brand of rhetoric spouted by every fallen, claiming to foresee the fall of Aegir itself. Assigning a character to a notion, anthropomorphizing it to critique its values. Even as a method of inflating one's ego, it's shoddy at best. Sad, but goddamn, they get so pessimistic even with the achievement. Yeah, it's fucked up. But even so, even as you weep over the sense of sacrifice, have you never imagined how many lives your destruction of the waterway program will take? Destruction? No, Lopianus. I'm trying to open up a true path for us. What have you done? Now, Lopianus, be patient. I have nothing to hide. Hey, Blondus, real quick question. Are those tentacles coming out of your ass? Blondus brushes past Lopianus and stops before the hollow chart. With his back to his old friend, he passes a finger over the sea of glowing dots and points to a flashing spot in the top right corner. See that? That's where the hunters are right now. They activated the last beacon and are probably caught in deadly struggle, but they aren't in any danger. Any true danger, that is. The moment they can fight no more, that's when the weapons will kick in. The Seaborn will cease fighting. Every last thronging one of them will fall asleep. It's because he's the same race as Adriana? Oh, I see. Keep going. If you remember your auto-adaptive junction tech, you'll have no trouble understanding what I tell you next. That old surgical accident I had. Well, you were right. It was absolutely worth the further study. The junction brought about homeostasis in you on a microscopic level. Your body no longer rejected the Seaborn genes, and they miraculously stopped overtaking you. It may have been by chance, but in no time at all, I was able to reproduce your phenomenon on the macro scale. To an extent, I could delete the hostility Seaborn bore towards humankind. And before Gladia's unit left for Nest 37, during their surgery, I took the opportunity to reproduce that accident of yours. You wanted to recreate, in the Hunters, an accident with no proven explanation, no clear effects, and not even trace of actual rigorous verification. No. What happened in your body has long since graduated from freak accident. While you were missing, I spent every waking moment on that research. I trusted you Hunters were still alive, trusted you would come back and that I could help you be free of that blasted fate of yours. But you refused to restart the Abyssal Hunter project. How did you? Were you experimenting on yourself? No wonder your body stinks of miasma. My physical condition doesn't hold a candle to yours, naturally. I haven't much longer now. I can practically feel each second of my life slipping away. But it was worth it. I've done all I needed to do. Tell me, I'll be honest, that the Hunters were born to be a solution, not a tool, not a weapon, not a consumable designed to be tossed aside. They were. Good. Then the project was a failure, but the hunters still have a chance to fulfill their calling, yet not through senseless slaughter and sacrifice. You live to show your worth, not die to give Aegir a few more final grasps. The Abyssal Hunters will be the start of a revised relationship between humanity and the Seaborn. If I can have them mistake humankind as their own, then maybe I can get the many to see Aegir as a neighbor. And you had your eyes on the Waterway program all along. More precisely, the Waterway program came to me first. Clementia reached out to me at practically the same time as the Institute. She let me in on the game plan, both the game plan of the Waterway program and the research project of the Class 4 weapon array. Weapons rooted in biotech like them can impact the Seaborn behavior at large. The theory grounding them has a natural affinity with the auto-adaptive junctions. By then, I had already gathered all the data I needed to perfect the junction tech, to the point that it was no longer limited to human subjects anymore. So, I made one tiny little tweak to the Class 4s. The instant they activate, we can close the book on our fight with the Seaborn. The Abyssal Hunters, the Class 4s, it'll all transcend the boundaries of the species. It'll become a path, a bridge. You can't make this up. 2 centuries of constant war between the Aegir and the Seaborn, and one little trick is likely all it takes to stop it. Maybe the severity of this war was a fiction from the very beginning. Now, I mean no offense to our predecessors, but at least we still have the power to choose a different path. Hey, Blandis? What happens if this doesn't work? What happens if you just introduce the ability for them to overcome Abyssal Hunter DNA? You're literally loading the auto junction into the weapon for the Seaborn to adapt to it. Also, could the Seaborn not just adapt to the bioweapon? Not that I'll get to see it. The rest is out of my hands. At least I was lucky enough in the end to see you at the cellphone theatrum. You're the one who started the Hunter Project. You know your way around self-adapt junctions. You've been through all this. Only you, I'll be honest, only you can keep the work going. Is that why you were so blithely waiting for my arrival? To entrust your work to me before you die? It's my turn to invite you. Aegir and the Seaborn have a chance at achieving true symbiosis. Perhaps that's a future you wouldn't mind bearing witness to. I refuse. I did expect that, but still, that was a little too blunt. I'll be honest, this is the control room where I'll die, but... Blundus, even if your death is certain, you must know you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. There was a time, not so long ago, where we ventured to make sense of the meaning of our existence by studying how our own Aegirian cells had evolved. But you've ruined everything you had with your own hands, all for one wild flight of fancy. The Seaborn are a noxious scourge upon the ocean, there's no point in doubting that. They are beings full of unknowns, yet you believe in symbiosis with them, as if they are your friends. Blandis, that is the same arrogance that Aegir had in assuming victory was inevitable. No, this is that 100 times over. Are you even aware of what you're thinking? Can you describe this hopeful vision you see in your fantasies of symbiosis? Are the Seaborn to be magical seafloor fairies spoken of in children's stories, or will they be our beloved household pets? Will Gladia debate philosophy with them? Will Scotty take tea time with them? Will Laurentina be dancing with them? You can't even paint a single proper picture, can you? Your own proven record as the scientist you were thrown away. When I see you now, Blandis, I can only laugh. I've never heard you say so much in one breath, I'll be honest. You mean to tell me you despair, yes? The only one who ever despaired was you. So you have no right to go regretting anything, fighting anything. Not in front of me. Every fallen must be sentenced, and their corpse should be hung from the dry reefs. Is it even in you to sentence me? The campaign to slay the Firstborn was full of questionable points, and you stand as the greatest suspect. Everything you've done now puts you at odds with Aegir. This nation has rejected you, and so I have no choice but to take on your noble work. The man I knew and would never have given this con man's rhetoric. I'm simply stating the facts. Then in this moment, the last I will ever spend as an Aegir, I sentence you. Blandis says nothing back. Perhaps he's lost the energy or given up on retorting. This dialogue of monologues has dragged on long enough to the point it has begun to wear on him. The golden hollow chart ripples before him. Too bright, he thinks, and so he closes his eyes. From somewhere, a communication intrudes and shatters the brief silence. With it, he hears the shrill grinding of his old friend's anchor being dragged across the floor. But only one thought makes it in time. He couldn't even give the hunters a welcome home hug. Aww, dude, that's so depressing.
Do you like my nails? Guess what I used to paint them.
That's actually so espresso depresso. Oh my god. Alright, hold on. I need to get water. It's an understatement for Arknights. Yeah, honestly. Oh my god, I forgot about the story nodes. Oh my god, I'm gonna be lucky if I'm done before midnight. Senor Ulpianus? You are you. Phew, so it is you, okay. We met once at Gran Fado. Actually, it was you who approached me, though I never learned your name until after I got here. Please, you're not supposed to be here, it's... Control center for the beacon tower. That man on the floor. Did you do that? It's the most fitting end for one who fell. What do you do? None of your business, little one. Okay, now I'm just gonna give him Blondus's voice. He's tired, he had to kill Blondus. None of your business, little one, young one. Leave this place for your own safety. The nest beacons have all been activated. The sabotage weapons are warming up. How else can I warn the hunters? Is Laurentina's group in danger? Did this man do it? Is that why you... You won't tell me. You don't trust me. Well, I don't trust you either, honestly. You never introduced yourself, then seeing all this, it's really only right to suspect you. But that you're friends. You're a hunter too. I think I know a little about your tales together. He did his dirty work on them before they left. They're still caught in the Seaborn tide for now. I'm not entirely certain what's gonna happen, but the danger is definite. If they went to plant the beacon and are still in the nest, maybe we could send their beacon a signal from this tower to warn them. I was helping out here earlier. I know roughly how the basic controls work. Then do it. Okay. Well, it's much more complex in practice, but I can say this tower seems to operate on a very similar framework to a lighthouse control system. As far as I'm aware, Briogan passed through this city and aided the tower reconstruction effort. The technician mentioned that the tower will automatically navigate the weapons once every beacon is active, and all other controls will be locked out by the program. So, if you want to send a signal to one of the beacons, let me see. Just as I feared, it's impossible to resume control. Do you have any way to circumvent the lockdown? If Ryogen was involved in the reconstruction, then maybe, just maybe, I have a very stupid plan. My entire time here in Malarium, I've been trying to get to understand the man Briogan was. He had a habit of writing things down, always noting his thoughts, his suspicions, etc. He kept it up even on dry land. So what was it? Was it so he wouldn't forget things? I think I can try temporarily shutting down the main control panel's data decomposition system like this. Before, you were bringing up my history. You called me Briogan's descendant, but just from looking at his images, you can tell I don't resemble the genius architect one bit. My parents were just Aegers rooted to the land. There were plenty of us across Iberia and the other terrestrial countries. Strictly speaking, we don't even count as... So what? It used to trouble me, but recently I've been learning a lot, learning to let myself get over it, to not think so hard about it. It's just, you were the first to ever mention that to me, so I wanted to be sure. Why did you think I was... True. I did miss the mark, but I never engaged in baseless speculation. There's more of a bond between you than you think. A bond? The profound silence ruined Iberia. The lighthouses fell dark along the coast, and doubt and suspicion grew in their shadow. Briogan was forced to flee the splendor he himself had designed. Grandfather was one place he sheltered while on the run. The research notes your parents left you are undoubtedly connected to him. There were people he knew he could entrust his life's work to. Look at what you're doing now, young one. You may not be his descendant by blood, but you have most definitely inherited a portion of his wisdom. Valerium is the first Aegirian city you visited, and coincidentally, the last Briogan stopped at before leaving the country entirely. His trail covers the entire seabed, and everywhere he went he visited those of great repute to share his thoughts on dry land, his conjectures on Terra's future. He had hoped someone might head for the continent with him, so that one day, land and sea might stand against crisis together, seek new possibilities together. Many admired him for his talent, but perhaps his suggestions were too far ahead of his time, for in the end, hardly any responded to his invitation. In Millennium, he even volunteered to take part in the tower's reconstruction, in exchange for an audience with the then consul. And, do you need to ask, he was rejected. But as the work finished, he made the final decision to wrap up his winding tour, and officially depart for the faraway soils. Even if his time on the road had gained him practically no support. Think over what you've done. You've left the town you knew and came to this alien place they call your home. That too took incredible courage. In this respect, you and Briogan are not dissimilar. Conversely, if all you shared was just blood, then that would have been something to be ashamed of. I do not usually play psychological counselor, Jordi Fontanarosa. I think, really, that did it. At the very least, signaling a single beacon shouldn't be an issue. Let's see. Nest 37. I hope Laurentine and her friends notice. Actually, Signora Pianist, is it just me or is the air getting stuffy? Are they gassing the air? My comms just picked up a faint gravitational wave. What a strange feeling, seeing the ripples in space-time with my own eyes. Just like in the manual, seems the beacon's already active. According to Clementia, this beacon going live should mean the Class 4 weapon array will automatically come online. We should head back the way we came immediately. Aw, and here I was thinking we'd stay behind and enjoy our front row seats. What's so funny about watching cannons fire? Oh, weren't we supposed to have something different, rather different in store? I thought we'd see the Seaborn silently popping all at once across the entire stretch. How poetic. How fitting when you consider all the little bastards' wrongs, no? Though Class 4 weaponry may not affect us, pointless dithering will only invite more variables. Fine, off we go then. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the vacuoles are noticing. Oh! A soft murmur reaches Spectre's ear, and when she turns to look, she meets with an eye, or more accurately, a nucleus leaping to and fro. The flagella of the Seaborn sticks to her cheek, soft as a kiss. Spectre sees the nucleus pulsing in clear rhythm, blending with her own heartbeat. Shark! Don't attack yet, Scotty. It went straight past us? Doesn't strike me that we spooked it. More like something pulled it away. The beacon! Captain? The gravitational waves coming from this thing aren't supposed to be so irregular, are they? Scotty, behind you! Oh, move! Oh my god, what the fuck are these things? It kissed Spectre? They're all awake. They're like, oh, kin. The currents reverse. The tide sweeping the Seaborn surges back into the nest, to the sound of beating membranous wings, of compressing and unfolding, of clamorous mouthparts, of roaring streams. The whole space reverberates with layer upon layer of cries, of pure elation. The beacon's been completely drowned out. The eggs and newborns are multiplying rapidly. Clementia said all formless newborns would enter straight into necrosis, and the mature individuals would flee from the area. While the fungal mat, the vegetation, the whole nest would decay starting from the environment. But clearly we're not seeing much of a collective necrosis here, are we? If anything, I'd say they're full of life. Pull back. Claudia turns the instant she barks the order, her lance piercing the Seaborn ahead as ruptured tissue bursts out like blood. Ever since that little bastard touched my face, I've been feeling sleepy somehow. How very strange. It's been so long since I felt this way. I thought it was just me. This shouldn't be. Combat only sharpens an abyssal hunter's lucidity. Blandus? I mean the auto-adaptive junction surgery. We discovered an anomaly, and Blandus certainly treated us, but he also tampered with the procedure. Yet whether coincidence or not, the church's attack cleared our suspicion of him. This was my mistake. But he's the advisor. Why would he? If we want answers, we must make it back to the city. Oh my god, it split in two. Spectre skips ahead at the vanguard, her dance as graceful as ever. With but a twirl, a high RPM saw blade leaves the Seaborn ahead carved in two. Vacuole excitedly. Oh, the beasts have noticed us, yet show hardly any will to attack. Captain, Shark, have you noticed the water flowing slower? Get a hold of yourself, Scotty. No, wait, she's right. These animals are secreting something. Oh, they're pissing! Finally, the tide receding. The nest temporarily bears the truth of its transformation. Seaborn, living and dead, fall into every ravine in the seabed. The nest's borders have begun to bleach, chitin coming together into a thick crust. Something has provided them immense nutrition. The whole nest is forming a carapace and spurring every life within to evolve faster. A shell. If we take the aberrant so-called Nelisi brand as the roadmap for the organism's expansion, then this shell is the final act of fueling before it begins. Without warning, the beacon pulsed irregular gravitational waves. Right afterward, the Seaborn swarm began to nest around it. Either this is some elusive aberration in the weapons themselves, or someone in the city is trying to remotely control the beacon to transmit information, or possibly both. Whatever Blandus did to us during surgery has dulled our senses. Consider the hunt on. Time is of the essence. Get out of here. Hunt on or off? Oh, on? Wouldn't it be off? Your cheeks are flushed, and your clothes soaked through with sweat. I'm not nervous. No. You're accustomed to dry, arid land. You're more sensitive to the dampness than an average Ager. The humidity is racking you. Hold on. Look at the chart. Densely packed biosignatures from right above us? It's the dome above the tower. The Seaborn is seeping into the city through there. No, but weren't there 2 legions out there keeping them at bay? Plus the hunters. Even if some from the other nests slipped around the perimeter, Millennium still has countless sensor units across the dome and all sorts of complex defenses. How could the Seaborn get into the city without a sound? Did this tower draw them in? But why? My guess is, someone showed them the path. Blandus, had it ever dawned on you that your folly would lead to such a disaster? Ulpianus is pensive. He does not turn to look at the culprit of all this, lying motionless on the floor. He stares closely at the holographic sea chart. Dots representing the Seaborn swarm converge right on Millennium's coordinates. They shine like the stars. Holy shit, Blandus, you piece of shit. Oh, now we're fighting inside Millennium. Interesting. Oh, now I have to... Ah, god damn it. There are always chimes like little bells resounding from the dome, the result of countless tentacle-shaped biomonitors analyzing the most minute changes in the ocean current. Occasionally, dull roars echo faintly from the port as warships coming to and from the harbor gracefully displace vast amounts of seawater like giant fins. The goods flying through the aerial optic cables in squeezed state to every household emit a near subsonic buzzing. These myriad noises, varied yet not chaotic, have become the ambiance of Millennium, long since faded into the background for its 10,000 or so residents. But now, all these residents stop in their paces. They're wondering if their ears are deceiving them. At first, it was like a wisp of wind sweeping across an angular reef. Then, like a newborn who tentatively poked its head out of the warm womb. And after that, a colony, a nest, an entire region of the sea. Oh my god. The thick, bizarre sound of blooming life could be heard clearly. The children of the sea now give back to the ocean. They give civilization a kiss, and now civilization is filled to the brim with life. Look! The usual tower looming over the city center is gone, replaced by an enormous stone column, the type seen only in karst caves in the sea. Layer upon layer of fine, porous, slimy, and smooth seaborn tissue encircle the walls of the beacon tower. Yet light from the equipment within still permeates, casting an ethereally enchanting glow over its surroundings. Microbial colonies float down from the column, blossoming into oddly shaped life forms. If it weren't for the statues I could just barely make out, I would have thought these were untouched wilds. Nest conversion. Why would there be Seaborn in the city? I know we haven't. Doesn't matter if we did or not, as long as the results are as expected. I just hope it's a lesson for those ever-sinking Aegir will never forget. Oh, you guys are traitors. What do we do now? We keep it growing and stop the city from pushing it back. Was murdering Tulia not enough? Do you still need to destroy an entire city to sate your appetite for chaos? At first, I was planning to tail you back to your allies and save myself some effort. But since it's an emergency, I'll have to haul my net in now. You'll be the 33rd and 34th Church of the Deep cultists caught by the Sea Patrol this month. Sea Patrol? You've harmed a lot of our brothers and sisters lately. Clinging to the current order will do you no good. What Aegir needs isn't a struggle for its life and its spirits. Oh my god, she killed him. Shut up. I'm not here to debate. Prefecta Secunda, an unusual concentration of biosignatures has been detected. They've tripled in numbers in a short time. It seems the Seaborn have fully converted the tower into their nest and are now steadily producing more of themselves. We cannot allow them to spread to the other city units. The nearby civilians have already started evacuating by themselves. Take a squad to guide them to the emergency shelters. Remember to clear the roads of all support machines. If the Seaborn contaminate them, they can be used as weapons against us. The rest of you, get information and deploy the barriers. Keep the Seaborn within the perimeter of the beacon tower. Yes, ma'am. I was sure the Class 4 weapons had already been activated. Don't tell me. I'm listening. Lock down all Class 4 weapons immediately. I want a thorough inspection of the entire system as soon as possible. All troops who have fallen back, regroup at the port immediately. From now on, all combatants are to remain on standby on the channel. I'm guessing this isn't part of the plan. Look at this real-time nautical chart. Just an hour ago, Seaborn biosignatures were generally stable. But now every nest on the continental shelf is getting closer and closer to each other. No, it's not that the nests are moving. They're expanding endlessly. Like countless drops of ink spreading across a sheet of paper. The entire stretch of sea is turning into a nest. The scattered nests are linking together as one, with Millennium in the middle. Did Aegir really bring weapons to disperse them, Madam Consul, or a massive catalyst? Are you annihilating them or feeding them? If Landis tampered with the link between the beacons and the weapons, it must have been him who altered their effect as well. And as a result, the city is now a foothold for Seaborn expansion. As the Waterway Program Chief's Designer of Warfare, I will take full responsibility for this. But we haven't lost the battle quite yet. Look outside, not a hint of disturbance on the streets. Millennium has not sunk into panic. We've struggled against the Seaborn for more than 200 years. We've experienced countless incidents like this. It's far too early to declare Millennium lost to this enemy. Doctor, Kaltsit, Doctor, you must leave the city at once. I'll escort you to the port. I had assumed the Consul would need to remain at her post. As things stand, the port is the heart of the city, a key military installation we cannot afford to lose. The Seaborn have already invaded my city. You think I'll wait for our uninvited guests to knock on the Pensivarium's door? Gah! The air's getting more humid the further we go. I can barely breathe. Watch your step. Use your device to float over. Don't step on that. Now the Sea Brand? Indeed. Yet another means for the Seaborn to extend their reach. They've already spread from the top of the tower to here, much faster than you'd see on land. The Seaborn are nesting in the city, above our very heads. You said there was someone directing them. Why? How? This is the work of that dead man, Blandis. He spent the last 5 years on this. According to his farcical plans, the signals emitted by this tower would, along with the weapons we brought, become a bridge connecting humanity with the sea and the Seaborn. He has indeed built a bridge of sorts, but the Seaborn have not reciprocated his ambitious goodwill. Our connection has only served to alert the beast Similarian's position, and given them an understanding of our defense mechanisms. The Legions had taken great pains to divide this stretch of sea into manageable regions, but with the nest now converging on the signal, they are whole once more. The Class 4 weapons that should have destroyed the nest and repelled the Seaborn have done the exact opposite. Seaborn tissues are growing along their firing paths. What should have withered was instead nourished. Even until death, he never realized his arrogance. Senora Ulpianis, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but right now, the Seaborn already consider this tower a new nest. It will steadily spawn and attract more from other nests to gather here. Can we reverse the change? It's too late. We have only one option. Eject the city unit the beacon tower stands on. Eject? But underwater cities aren't built in blocks, how would you... There's still much you do not understand about Aegir. Unlike the nomadic cities of the land, pieced together from cumbersome plates, Aegir's technology focuses on the biological, especially when it comes to city construction. Biting off a poisoned limbs is an instinctual reaction in the sea beast, nothing difficult. We must keep the remainder of the city, for it still has use. Otherwise, the Seaborn in the area will eventually unite into one, and no one would ever be able to stop them then. They'll come ashore without a hint of resistance. They'll land in Iberia. What do we have to do exactly? A massive yet precise framework supports each new city unit of Millennium. The operation system controlling the linkage of the tower's unit should be in this control center. Once activated, it will send the entire tower into the depths. Is this it? I can operate it, but there's no response. It doesn't seem like there's any issue with the system. So it must be linkage itself. The Institute of Facility Management has specialists dedicated to the maintenance of the framework. It is less likely to malfunction than a hunter's weapon is to rust. And yet here we are, precisely at a time like this. Reading error occurred too. Run fault diagnostics? You need my help, Mr. Avitus? Oh no, I was merely observing this abandoned little handy. Could he know something about this? I might know who to look for. Contact the Aegir soldiers outside. They'll help you exit this place. Are you gonna stay here, alone? You still have doubts about me, young one. Good. But someone needs to stay in this control center. Once the tower completes its conversion, Malarian will be unable to eject it, even if we manage to repair the linkage. A sea beast cannot spit out its heart when the heart is no longer its own. I must remain to confirm that the framework has resumed operation, then eject the tower myself. But if you do that, you'll sink along with it, into the hordes of Seaborn. You needn't worry about that. Or do you mean to say you'd be more suited for that duty? You don't have much time, young one. You have already? Isn't this the frequency of the beacon tower? Secunda, Sea Patrol. Who's inside the tower? Then what about Blondus? He's dead. The two of us were in contact, but I never noticed anything unusual. I should submit myself to the Council for discipline once this is settled. Valeria must abandon the tower. I must see it sink into the abyss with my own eyes. And after that, will you return to Aegir? Can you return to Aegir? I told you not to ask pointless questions, Secunda. You should not allow the past to render you indecisive. You're overthinking things. Landis told me what happened back then. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter which of you rejected my application. Though I'm willing to admit it, I regret not becoming a hunter and fighting alongside you all. Deeply. I'll admit that I felt anger and resentment for a long time. I even envied Scotty. But eventually I became accustomed to patrol work, for your sake, for the sake of the project keeping our home, our civilization safe. Staying outside of a specific project will allow you to see more sacrifices, more betrayals, more untrustworthy people, more things deviating from their paths. Like you right now? Have you thought through what you should bear? If you truly did betray Aegir, if you really are associated with that scum, then you're in that tower now to plan your escape. I'd bear the guilt of allowing a fallen Aegir to flee. If you're still a hunter, then you'll be fighting alone. However, it's already impossible to wipe your slate clean after infiltrating the city, breaking into the tower, not to mention the outcome of the tribunal. Aegir may not remember your sacrifice, just like how Tulia will inevitably be forgotten. But I agree. Ejecting the tower is the most effective way to help Millennium respond to this disaster. I approve of your choice. I'll afford you some limited amount of trust. Very well. You have 5 minutes. After that, I'll come to rescue that land dweller in the tower. The entire city is following the Emergency Transportation Coordination Plan. We'll enter the axial channel via the cellphone theatrium and leave for the port. I will remain there to direct operations while the Sea Patrol takes command of this ship and sees you to dry land. The drone matrix will also head to the lighthouse and assist Iberia in mounting a defense. Should the city not organize an evacuation of its citizens as well? Millennium is a military fortress. It is able to accommodate its citizens during battle. All civilians have already been escorted to the shelter by the Sea Patrol. Those neural cables by your hand. Should they be twitching like that? No. With communication down, my connection to the ship's operating system has also been cut off. I'm losing control. Little Handy, run diagnostics on the entire ship. The system's breach is more serious than I expected. We might not have enough time to land, I'm sorry. At least the city's artificial gravity is still functional. The devices you have will help you move freely through the air. Now follow me. No need to be scared, all you have to do is walk out the door. Oh my god. Avitas, you rat! Comms are still down. Looks like someone managed to cut off the entire Summon Theatrum from the outside. Monster! Monster spreads its ebon talons as a wave of heat washes over you. At nearly the same time, the console draws her ceremonial sword and steps to the side to cover you and calls it. You take a good look at the enemy before you. Oh my god. Hello? What the fuck are you? An unusually shaped Seaborn bars your way. It seems to lack hostility. Before Monster's roar startled it, it simply stood there quietly, its featureless face illuminated by the coral-shaped terminal in the middle of the Sulfon Theatrum. The granular organelles surrounding its body spread out like arms, stroking the branches of the terminal and fusing with the flowing characters and symbols on it. Was it observing? Sensing? Can it even comprehend human perception and reasoning? It turns towards you. Seaborn. Is it the one that breached the terminal? This is unprecedented, and not a good sign. There is no justice there, only the path ahead. A Seaborn trespassing in an Aegirian city, reciting an ancient proverb in a sanctum designed by sages past. This might be the most ironic scene I've witnessed since I joined this war, uncouth even for a provocation. Its use of language and its manner of speaking are unlike the usual outcome of the Seaborn's forced learning. I fear this Seaborn was once human, Madam Consul. Language. Never have I forgotten it. Never has it abandoned me. What about your thoughts? Do you actually comprehend yourself when you clumsily mimic the sayings of the wise? Comprehend? No. I did not understand their true meaning, even as I left them for posterity. Now I have a new understanding. Left for posterity? Martis? You're Martis? The key member of the 4th observation team of the Mantle Ruins, the scholar, anthropology, and prehistoric civilization who went missing more than 2 centuries ago? That Martis? In my most distant memories, I was once known by that name. But now you need only be cognizant of my appearance. You see before you is Seaborn. Call me as such. Seaborn. The Seaborn flows towards you. Through its transparent skull, you see strangely colored orbs gather and disperse, steadily changing their formation. Aegir, allow me to converse with the one behind you. Tell your friend to stow its fangs. Its flames cannot burn my blood. I'm a 10. You know who Kaltz it is? What the fuck? He knows who Ama 10 is. W423, thank you for the follow. Stay vigilant, Doctor. I'll speak with it. Kaltsit. Kaltsit, I see now. If you are accustomed to that name, I can call you by that. I have waited for you, Kaltsit, for the two of you, for a very long time. He knows Ama 10. That's crazy, actually. Alright, how do I want to do this?
Good scenery here, Doctor. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long...
I got this.
Holy shit. Wait, becomes combat ready when damaged. I have Walter, what if it is, how do you want to do this? Become combat ready, inflict a nearby. Oh.
Incapacitating them is enough, right?
Gather around me, guys. Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
Here's a memento.
Oh my god, the iPad is here.
So you racked your brain. Now, wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Oh my god, it instantly destroyed the... Oh wow, that's fucked up actually.
Serious now.
Thus, I
What did I get for a free 6-star selector? I haven't done it yet.
I hear the elegy. Soulman, the fairy of the other side.
Be gone, foul beast. I need you to die. I do not like the looks of you. You are awful.
You again today, little apple.
You know what? For the
Almost
fun of
done
it, you get to go here.
It's time to teach these rascals.
Oh yeah, you're a fucking hexer. I forgot about that. Oh god, there's 3 of you?
So you racked your brain. Always so focused on the ground. But have you forgotten to look above?
Oh right, if I just slow you, you eat shit. There we go. Okay. That looks... If I didn't have Walter, that looks like that would be awful. Because I don't have good and like neurotic or neural... Or what was it? Neural damage? Neural corrosion. Long have you walked the land, Kaltsit. The changes in the sky would not have escaped your attention. The Seaborn raises its head slightly, gazing up with its non-existent eyes. Perhaps a habit from the time it still had them. Happy Altar has an unlimited amount of toxic coal in its shop in regards to this stage being a coal farm. Oh, I see. Above the dome, beyond the infinite water, something in the distance seemed to have caught its attention. Tell me, how long will it take for the hole to close again? I see. Ager was right. The Seaborn had a clear reason for leaving the ocean and invading the land. You came because you noticed the change in the barrier. I have seen through the eyes of we many who have ventured on land. There's a ripple in the sky. The immutable veil has been torn open. Your survival instincts have driven you to monitor every change in the environment and the dangers they signify. Dangers? Yes. You are indeed sharp, Kaltsit. Your program runs smoothly. Our communications will be effective. The calamity that hangs above Terra, the eye that gazes upon us, does it see the admiralty of the sky, or has it already? You understand Terra crosses it, and the crisis it faces. You can, you must, help we many understand, help we many evolve. Am I hearing this correctly, Cultset? I sincerely hope this is the Seaborn's wishful thinking, rather than some kind of consensus you have, Dr. Cultset. Let it finish, Madam Consul. The last chance is fleeting. The oceans of Terra are too small. Knowledge, nourishment, space. We many must grow. We many require help. You want to go into space? Growing swings is not difficult, but insufficient. Growing beyond the skies requires a revolution in the species' fundamental natures. You have the knowledge, Cultset. You help so we many understand and we may overcome calamity. Whatever their origin, the Seaborn are a non-sapient creature driven by instinct, ones that the church fanatics have placed their unreasonable expectations on. But you know far more than either of those two groups possibly could. How? We are the same, Cultset. You and we many have the same duty. Perhaps I should reframe the question. How did the Seaborn evolve into what they are today? What do you have to do with Cerula Arbor going out of control? Is the answer important to you? I can speak of my own history if it helps you understand my intention. We've waited 2 centuries for these answers. What really happened in that failed expedition? What turned you into what you are now? Failed? No, it was a success beyond our wildest dreams. We penetrated the deepest layer of the mantle ruins for the first time. The predecessors carved upon the rock and built massive maze-like complexes reaching into the lower mantle. We had never gone further than them, even after 1,000 years of excavating. The mantle ruins, the genesis of Aga civilization. We thought we'd find more relics, more secrets, more answers there. But all we had hoped for did not exist. All that was buried in those depths was a spark of hope. Go on. I was separated from my team along the way. I was the only one to make it to the end of the path. There I saw. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? A giant. Some massive thing sleeping in the shadow of the cerulean tree. I did not see his entirety. A small part of his limb was enough to fill my entire vision. The limb was touching the transparent wall of a sealed chamber. Perhaps he was waiting for contact. Or perhaps, before I realized it, I was standing before him and reaching out. The wall of the chamber was cold, but I could feel his warmth. Then visions surged towards me from every direction, inundating me. A Farron but shared its vision with you. What did you see? Fallen cities under an oppressively hanging dome, the land aflame, the stargate extinguished, the star ring broken, the road networks shattered. The destruction of prehistoric civilization. Yes, Aga never discovered the reason for its destruction, but I saw a vision of it before my eyes. Yet it was not the end. Visions continued to flow. Visions far beyond my limited comprehension. Eternally dispersing particles in the oceans of sand that never ripple. Cold, lightless plains and darkness without end. Burnt out stars and ever-expanding black holes. Nothing there was familiar. I lost my senses, all of them, and even the Farronmut that shared vision with me could not sense his own existence. It was an entirely alien place, without life, meaning, or information. The Seaborn's words stop. Through its transparent skull, you can see the strangely colored nuclei gather, then disperse. It seems to be thinking, and the nuclei represent the process of its thoughts. But you, Cultset, understand the meaning of those images. The crisis destroyed everything. It cannot be visualized. There is no word in our language to describe it. It was the end of prehistoric civilization, and the calamity that Terra must face. It is the end of all things. The horrifying images left me as I pulled my hand back, replaced by another image, one that was broken and blurred, chaotic. He and his children shall devour all that is living, and consume the moons and the stars. All that is living and are dead shall nourish him, and he shall murmur at the end of time, survive. Over and over, survive. Chaotic murmur. Was his Farronmut asleep? He was trapped within a dream. The dream stagnated. Evolution stagnated. Duty stagnated. He was trapped in the cerulean cave. Therefore, I must awaken him. What the fuck is this? Cassia, Magister Amatus, did you and your comrades go into hiding in order to destroy the city from within, waiting for when the Sea Patrol's guard was at its weakest? You should be evacuating, Magister. You can rewind the stream. Ah, I forgot to turn off DVR. Fuck! The Sea Patrol has noticed, Cassia. They're investigating you. I hate that DVR is automatically turned on. I hate that. It's so annoying. Leave it. Alright. You're showing this much concern for me because that tiny embryo I left in the incubator reminded you of the past, am I right? I'm just curious, do you regret your decision? Now is not the time for this. The Seaborn have invaded Millennium. Stop what you're doing, or this city will be lost. Is it a little late for that? Why did you choose to betray Aegir? I told you, the Seaborn have revealed the weakness of Aegir's very foundation. Before people can regain the will to live, the collapse of their values will have crushed them already. Once you were a great scholar, but what are you doing in this city now? You found out about me a long time ago, didn't you? You had many chances to stop me from getting to this point. You could have reported me to the Sea Patrol at any time. But you did nothing. You sat and waited, watching everything happen like a blind fin and spinning in a whirlpool. Did you come to Millennium just to witness the destruction and validate your own despair? I'm not. I can still stop you. As long as life remains tied to any value system, it is doomed to eventually collapse. Life itself should be the reason enough to live. We must rekindle our most basic survival instincts and force the people to reassess the values they once held in such high regards. Only by doing so can they be saved from despair, from becoming like you. Like me. Watch out! Oh, Seaborn here. Cassia got away. The linkage here was sabotage. No wonder it didn't work from the control room. Leave this to me, ma'am. The Seaborn are approaching. My mentor at the Inquisition taught me some arts, though my talents are nothing home to write home about. That woman worked at the Institute of Facility Management. She'd know how to sabotage the city unit framework. I appreciate your courage, Shorty. I'll call in people to get this area under control. As for Cassia, she's mine. Whoa, already? Are you gonna keep lying there, Mr. Avitus? His student had vanished. Avitus gazed as upon the young man who suddenly appeared before him. The fear in Jordy's eyes is obvious, but he lights his lantern with his trembling hand. Yo, Jordy, you got... Damn, okay, I will admit, the fit is nice with this image. Jordy, I heard your conversation. You're not an evil man, but I'm disappointed in you. Very disappointed. Did you come here with this city because you believed it wouldn't make it back? What are you hoping for? Death? You should have returned to land sooner, Jordy. Look around us. The Seaborn will soon overcome the barrier between the city's units. It will all come to an end just like... You never answered my questions properly. I may end up leaving Aegir and leaving behind all my hopes and longings, but it will not be because it's about to be destroyed. I've read The Death of Life, you know, but it didn't answer any of my questions. Let's say all your predictions come true, and that at some point in the future, we'll have no choice but to watch our homes come to an end it depicts. Just like that man in the book. But does the destruction of civilization really weigh more than that of a city, a family, or a person here and now? I don't understand, I just don't. I wasn't sure if I should say this, but... You said your loved one gave up on the idea of raising a child and died in disappointment. Well, was she disappointed in the future of Aegir, or in you? The young... Oh my god, Jordy, you're dropping bombs. The young Aegir musters all his strength. The lantern shakes violently and the flickering light repels the Seaborn. He gasps for air. Sweat rolls down his cheeks. Avitus can see his arm tremble, but if anything, it's himself who cuts a sorrier figure. Look out! You've smeared your bodies on the outer wall, infiltrating the trail of weapon fire before reshaping. What a convenient form of life. Seaborn. You, here. Nest we seen, from nest you leave, incomprehension. Ulpianus kin, you here wait us. Ulpianus, no confusion. Oh. No need, pain. Individual death, eternal. The many's survival, eternal. Ulpianus, I lead you. New individual born for you. Help you extend me. Gladio. Ulpianus. There's no expression on Claudia's face. She holds her lance sideways, its point touching the floor. An almost imperceptible posture, enough to mitigate the fatigue that continues to rush up from within her, and to support her as she stands before her long-absent colleague. Your friend is now a pile of goo, but you still need to answer its question. Such rowdiness. This is really poor dance etiquette, you know. Ha. Dance is an art. It's all about elegance. You can't make it work with strength of numbers. What? That didn't pierce it. This used to be a cluster of coral changed by the Seaborn, but now it's a wall. No one knows how thick it is. The warning from the city, the unusual movements of the Seaborn, the results of the abnormal surgery. We must get out of here and find out what's happening at the Millennium. The entrance is gone? No, it's us. We're losing our sense of direction. Capsization. Everything around us is hardening. The algal blanket, the unhatched eggs, even the waves. This entire nest will become a hardened shell for these creatures to store their nutrients. A shell without a single crack. There's no way the three of us can... Even worse, the stagnating environment is exacerbating our exhaustion. Captain Claudia, Shark, behind you. Ew. Oh, it dodged. Nest become whole. Soon the sea. You kin no harm. We many accept you. We many protect you. Here much nutrients. Sleep. Only sleep. The lethargy, which had heretofore been suppressed by the fighting, begins to spread through every limb and organ. The thick and hard shell solidifies the waves. All is stagnant. The hunters vaguely sense their consciousness seeking. As though there is no bottom, the hunters hear the song. Coming from right beside them, coming from inside them. Ishamala. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The life we thirst for is ever present. Over there, Scotty. Roaring. The faint roar comes from above. The thundering roar comes from beside. The stagnant seawater flows again. The infinite ocean could be bound by a cocoon. Then from where comes the force that can break even the cocoon? Land, moon, the scent of wheat, home far away. The force has become legend. It has shattered mountains, death, time, all that is tangible and intangible. He will not be bound. Orchinante has arrived, and with it the last night. You many alike. From where? Ah, the waves, you built them, you hardened them. Are you turning this to land? Will not allow. Contradiction, wilderness, mountains, rivers, wheat fields, land is just land. I seek, I reproach, I crush. The one who's with Opianus. A pleasure to see you again, Sir Knight. You not kin. Oh my god, he's voiced. Thank you, Mr. Last Night. Out of the way. Doña Irene, I've been looking for you. Sorry, I received Consul Clementia's message. Dr. Kaltzett's group is headed to the port, but then we lost communications again. We must return to the Eye of Iberia immediately, inform Lord Carmen, and help the Inquisition and Penal Battalion form defense lines. No, we have to wait. Why? Most of the invading Seaborn are still under control near the beacon tower. If that unit can be ejected, then Millennium is not yet lost. It can even organize a counterattack, but the cultists have sabotaged the linkage to prevent it from being jettisoned. The Sea Patrol is already cleaning up the Seaborn in the area. We can't let these slip away either. I'll deal with them. As for whatever this linkage is you're talking about, will your engineering skills help? Yes, I can fix it. Good, you take the lead on that. I'll protect you and Avitus. We can return to land as soon as we're done. We work together at the Eye of Iberia. Let's pray we do just as well this time. But these Seaborn from the depths are different from the ones I've dealt with on land. I don't know how long I can hold them for. We've said all that needs to be said. Mr. Avitus, come and help, if you still have the strength. Alright. Hurry, Jordi. Hurry, Jordi Fontana Rosa. Is he telling that to himself? What the heck? You warned us through the beacon, and the strange knight who appeared at the lighthouse broke through the shell just as we were about to fall asleep. Is he part of your plan too, Lopianus? The madman who's forgotten himself is enemy of the sea, of everything abnormal that has become normal, and of himself. No one can control someone like that. We just happen to travel together. Are you the only one who to make it back? They're on their way. Breaking through the nest shell and returning through the tides of Seaborn. Your speed was remarkable, but you're too late. You've seen what's happening to Malarium. The many have exploited Aegir, and Malarium will be the stepping stone for their invasion of the land. And what precisely is happening here? The first thing I heard when I arrived at the port is that Abyssal Hunter Ulpianus has entered the control room of the Beacon's tower and killed the weapons technology advisor of the Waterway program. And indeed, Blandis's body is right behind you. You're quiet. I assumed you'd feel more anguish over him. I take it you figured him out then, judging by your reaction. I doubt we have time to discuss a fallen traitor, even if he was once our closest comrade. That young man really did it. The linkage has been repaired. You're trying to eject the beacon tower from Malarium. A wise plan. It seems there's still hope for you. This place will sink to the ocean floor in a few minutes. Do you smell it? The stench of frenzy. The Seaborn above have noticed the changes to the tower. They're seizing the last opportunity to break the blockade and reach the other parts of Malarium. Leave, Gladia. Now. Come back to Aegir, I'll be honest. This is your last chance. I still have things to clear up. If I give up now, all my efforts will have been for naught. The dreams and end of the prehistoric civilization, where the Seaborn came from, where they will go. The calamity before our eyes, the destruction beyond the skies. Being aware of them is not enough to turn the tides. I must learn more. If the Seaborn have memories, I must know every last detail of them. I'm not disputing that. We're back in the ocean, back in Aegir. We'll have many chances to approach the truth. That is your way, and I don't disapprove. But we need more approaches, more angles in order to maximize our odds for victory. As you've said, I'm on another path now. Will you still try to stop me? Unless my eyes deceived me, the Seaborn I just killed had evolved specifically for you. That doesn't mean they're trying to accept you. It means that you also... Correct. That you know very well what being inside a rapidly hatching nest would mean for you in your present state. Answer me, Aegir. How much of your mind is still your own? Is there even enough left for you to choose death? It's the only way for me to earn the trust of these scum. You're an outstanding hunter and a learned scientist. Are you really so arrogant as to believe you can control your transformation through willpower and alone? Accidents like the one during the auto-adaptive junction surgery will not happen every time. I can't simply watch you walk down the path of destruction. You're at your limit. We're both experts in violence. We'll die if we fight here and now. Is that so? Her lance draws a cold arc through the air. Ulpianus lets loose the chains and his massive anchors flies at Gladia, forcing her to leap up. The sound of the building sinking drowns out the clash of metal. Seawater and Seaborn rush into the control room. In the last moments, Gladia watches her erstwhile colleague stand before the darkened holographic sea chart, calmly waiting for the colorful waves to swallow him. Your description raises questions. The feasibility of modifying a Farenmut into a biological arc by leveraging its habit of fostering an independent ecosystem inside its body had already been verified on Talos. The technology used by the project was mature, and their complex was deep in the mantle. Energy coming from the heart of the planet could support the facility's operations for almost an eternity. The project had more than sufficient power supply. So why, then, did the project deep beneath the ocean stagnate, as you put it, and go out of control, releasing innumerable Seaborn? The existence of the Farenmut was introverted by nature, yet he was to turn all things to nourishment for his survival. He was given meaning that did not belong to him, and a name that did not belong to him. Ishamla. The changes they were put to were bolder, wilder, more ambitious, more despairing. Their nature had long since exceeded the biological arc you speak of. For unknown reasons, however, their subsequent actions did not follow the program. Meaning that the project did not proceed along the planned lines, but the new direction was also interrupted? Not entirely. They continued to foster new offspring within themselves. But the lives trapped within the Farenmut were weak. They evolved too slowly. The new generation needed to be liberated. They needed to leave the Farenmut's body, adapt to new environments, and obtain no more nutrition. More nutrition to be fed back to the Farenmut so that his evolution may be accelerated. In normal circumstances, the organism nurtured within the Farenmut are rarely able to venture in beyond its body, yet the aggression the Seaborn have demonstrated outside. The modifications these Farenmuts have undergone were indeed transformative. So it was you, Martus, who brought the Seaborn into the ocean and sowed the seeds of calamity. Seeds of calamity? No. The offspring were weak and the ego was strong. The seabed was governed by a self-regulating ecosystem. Offspring that devoured the algae fields would be discovered and destroyed before they could proliferate. But Ager should not have been an obstacle. Ager should have provided aid. Fortunately, my influence in human society was still useful. The Institute of Development Planning had already announced the deaths of the members of the 4th Observation Team at the Mantle Ruins at the time. You came back from the dead just to corrupt your countrymen? I held no forums, no debates, only a few sincere conversations. I hoped some discovered the problem and some discovered the answer. It was enough that they were willing to give the Seaborn an opportunity. We, many, will find a way out eventually. The ecological disasters, the fallen cities, the citizens lost. How many of those were you responsible for? Was it you who cajoled Blandis and the cultists behind him to infiltrate the waterway program and alter our weapon systems? This so-called Church of the Deep is not a formal organization, at least not in the sea. It needs no guidance, no leader. Not an organization? You mean you manipulated the people's thoughts and behaviors using only their faith and tenets? How did you implant the ethereal concept of God into them when such absurd ideas were completely absent in Ager? Civilization could never truly purge the idea of primal worship. It awaits at the end of civilized science, ready to be awakened at a moment's notice. The Agers you call cultists do not know the truth. Each of them acts according to their own thoughts and ideals. Each faces their own questions and dilemmas. Selfishness and altruism, flaws and perfection, nature and civilization, logic and unreason. The difference in strength and the shackles of form. These limitations of ethics and the future of humanity. A manufactured truth in the beauty cycle. So it was scam from the get-go? Or from the get-go? The nuclei within its skull spins. A scam? No. Primal worship originates from the survival instinct. Every thread of thought by the cultists ultimately leads to a single question: how to survive better. Faith, tenets? No, only a desire for survival. You struggle for survival too, do you not? When you preach survival in Ager, did you ever tell them whose survival you were talking about? The survival of life itself. Just as survival of civilization inevitably involves the destruction of many more, the survival of life inevitably involves the end of many. Many species have gone extinct during the activity of the offspring, while they gather nutrients for the Farenmud. I once recorded the number, only to forget. Well, the moment Ishamala awakened, it became a meaningless, insignificant number. The birth cries of the newborn interwoven with the wailings of the dying. Songs brought silence. You knew the consequences of awakening the firstborn from the very beginning. A disaster for the entire ocean, for countless species, but you showed no remorse whatsoever. You even gave up on recording the number of sacrifices. Was it because you'd gone numb after taking so many lives? But numbness is no excuse for your crimes, Martis. The consul steps forward. Her ceremonial sword is elegant, but the light reflecting off it is chilling, cutting off the sightline of the Seaborn gazing towards you. Clementia. The Sylvan Theatrum. You designed the building that inspired so many of our people, myself included. But you stand here now, calmly explaining how you pushed Ager into the abyss. I've seen images of you. A gentle, meditative observer who has the habit of constantly pushing his large glasses back up his nose. Look at you now. Even the richest of thoughts can only be expressed by the simplistic movements of your cells. You still have your glasses on your neck. Is it to reminisce about old friends whom you have no right to reminisce? Or to mock the dead whom you have no right to mock? If you are Martis the Ager, then I hereby pass judgment upon the fallen. If you are merely Seaborn, then we'll skip the formalities. The organelles surrounding the Seaborn expand and parry Clementia's attack. The ceremonial sword cuts into the shadow of the coral-shaped terminal. You cut off my control of the terminal. Go, monster, go! Get his ass! Emergency transmission. This is the 10th attempt. The Seaborn have taken over the beacon tower. We cannot stop the conversion, but someone has activated the ejection protocol for that unit. Good job, whoever you are. Biosignatures keep soaring in number. The nests are becoming one. Incoming Seaborn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Repeat, incoming Seaborn tide. Scope is the entire continental shelf. Emergency transmission. This is the 11th attempt. Is Clementia based on a snake ray? More precisely, a manta ray. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Malarium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon tower has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the Seaborn encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the Seaborn tide from setting a single tentacle onto land. Legions 8 and 10, along with the Sea Patrol, send all operational warships out in turn to escort the city. May Aegir and our forefathers be with you. You were looking for an opportunity this whole time, Consul of Aegir. You're tough. We too, once. And we're all just like, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Is it Aegir or the Seaborn who are trying to open up a waterway? The readings are off the charts. The endless Seaborn tide is approaching us at the very moment. This is beyond the lighthouse's computational capacity. Su Santidad? I hear you. I hear you. Look in front of you. Those deep colors between the sea and the sky are tide of Seaborn. The wind goes quiet. There's no point in trying to estimate the numbers at scope now. Experience is better than data. I've seen the ocean like this before. You mean the profound silence? Leave the rest to the Penal Battalion and the Inquisitors. Report! 2 divisions are ready for action. Aegirian drone matrices are helping us fine-tune our defenses. Aegir. Sir, the ocean. Something's rising from it. Is that an Aegirian city? Oh my god, the whole city of Malarium rose up. Having sailed for thousands of miles, Malarium rises to the ocean, surface of the ocean after casting out its heart. Every inch of it is being reformed, supported by its framework. An invisible force field extends through towards the bottom of the sea and the highest reaches of the sky, forming a structure like a great wall. The structure breaks the surface of the ocean, creating a giant wave 100 meters tall. However, on the other side of the city, the real tide has arrived. It is a living wave, seaborn of various forms. Oh my god, wow. Have fused with the ocean. The children of the sea are the sea itself. They have even changed the color of the water. The city from the depths and the rolling tide stretch out all at the same time, colliding, embracing, and ripping at each other's throats. Nature never tires. Its civilization will not stop its footsteps. All is quiet. No one dares to tell of what it sees here and now.
Do you like my nails?
Yeah, postmodern nihilism
Guess
is like
what I
very
used to
real.
paint them.
It's actually really fucked up. Alright, we have things to get. Collect all. Ooh, furniture. How nice. And then it's EX8. Is it survival or the will of civilizations? I can get by with I can get by with that. Will I turn into Malice soon? I was hoping that I would get some interesting Seaborn what's it called? Seaborn inspiration for if I did a Seaborn version of my VTuber model. But honestly, Malice doesn't really, I don't know, Martis doesn't really strike me. Ugh, that woman nearly got me. Cassia, I've been looking for you forever. Where'd you run off to earlier? Lucilla? What are you doing here, child? The city unit framework needs servicing. It's a standard combat duty. But look at the beacon tower. What happened inside the city? The Seaborn have broken into Malarium. That tower has become one of their nests. Leave this to me. You should get out of here quick. It's too risky. I'll stay here with you. No need to... Are you hurt? Yes. Must have been the Seaborn as you came over. Wait. No, a scratch like this couldn't have been left by a Seaborn. Did someone attack you? Wait, why are you pulling out the safety valve? Hey, don't push it. It'll cut off the ground level self-diagnostic system and the city framework will stop working. No, you know that way better than I do. You've been trying to do this all along, Cassia? Are you with the Church of the Deep? When the Sea Patrol investigated Dulia, do you deliberately turn them against her? Don't tell me it was you who made her disappear. What's this you've put on my neck? Long beard comb tooth grass. Something made by a friend in charge of raising roadside coral. Don't move. You'll die if its bristles pierce your skin. Quite painfully, if I may add. Now, leave this place, child. Once it senses you've gone far enough, it'll fall off by itself. You want to leave, don't you? To be honest, before we became co-workers, I happened to see your assessment at the Institute of Development Planning. You care so much about the data scientists, you've never forgotten that evacuation of Millennium, have you? You watched as distant lights of the volcanic power station went out, surrounded in endless darkness, with only strange rumbles and rustling carried to you by the currents. The ocean as it once was. At that very moment, you were the closest to the ocean out of all of Millennium. You, standing at the mezzanine of the dome all alone. The IDP assessment was that there was too great of a psychological burden, which is why they agreed to transfer you from the dome system to the ground level. Your so-called fear of heights was just a little joke of yours. I'm afraid that you yourself don't even realize what lies deep within your heart. Dude, why do all of our operators have PTSD? The remaining Seaborn will soon discover that this route is still open. You wouldn't want to meet them again. Go quickly before it's too late. Cassia grips the safety valve and continues to push it. She no longer looks at the joke-loving colleague by her side. The valve stops abruptly, releasing an ear-piercing shriek. She can push it no further. A pair of slender hands are pushing back from the other side. Lucilla? In any other situation, I'd definitely give you a piece of my mind or stuff this, whatever grass into my ink bottle and tell you this sort of practical joke is beneath you. But it's so bright. The light from where the tower sank in, from the dome above us. Every seaboard on the whole continental shelf is rushing towards Millennium, right? Just what is behind those strangely colored lights? You're not wrong, Cassia. The Seaborn have eroded away at our lives. I've experienced the truth of that myself, and I will never forget. I envied Tulia. Our experiences were so similar, but she was able to protect what she treasured all along. An amazing woman, really. And look at me. I escaped the dome and get back to the ground. Before you arrived, I was even thinking of escaping from here, too. But where would I go? I can't let you break the framework, Cassia. I can't let the Seaborn get into any other Millennium unit. Even if this grass thing kills me in the process. Because there's no going back for me. You really are a strong child. Laurentino and parents once told me that while the domes may be beautiful, this transparent structure is actually the true eye of the city. In fact, I've been asking myself recently, since we're at war right now, shouldn't the eye be on lookout for danger? She forces herself to look ahead, the strange colors reflecting in her pupils. The roar of the tides and the whispering of the ocean's progeny resound in her ears. Young Ager presses hard against the safety valve. She does not let go. She dares not let go. Oh, and Cassia dies. Only once a firm hand presses down on her shoulder, forcing her stiff muscles to relax does she come back to her senses. You can let go now, Lucilla. Cassia, she... Temporarily paralyzed. I only managed to graze her with my shot, which is why the paralytic took so long to take effect. Sorry for putting you at risk. This is Consul Clementia. Citizens of Millennium, heed me. Once the city unit containing the beacon tower has been fully ejected, the rest of the city shall break through the Seaborn encirclement and move towards dry land. Reactivate the linkage mechanism in the city's framework and perform a structural reorganization. Force fields at full power will stop the Seaborn tide from setting a single tentacle on land. Legions 8 and 10, along with Sea Patrol, send all operational warships out in turn to escort the city. It might be more appropriate if you were the ones to handle the report regarding Cassia, Lucilla. I see. You should be heading straight to the port right now. The mission just declared by the consul is more urgent. Cassia is already subdued. I'll take her to a doctor first, and then she should be punished. Even if the city is going to undergo structural reorganization, the dome system will be the focal point of the force field to hold off the Seaborn, so they could probably use some extra hands up there. Maybe I should submit an urgent application to return to my old post. You're very brave, Lucilla. Oh, so you heard all that earlier. I did. Before you submit that application, though, you ought to see a doctor yourself. Longbeard comb-tooth grass does in fact contain a potent neurotoxin. Ah, right, I will. Ramming armor check. Ship cannon mounts check. Monitors check. Camouflage coating check. Propulsion system check. All systems diagnostic complete. Ready to launch. We'll be heading to the designated waters at full speed to block the Seaborn tide from the north. All weapons systems permissions granted. No need to hold back. Don't let them get near Millennium. We'll do everything we can. You're just part of the first sortie. We'll be sending the rest of our ships into battle after you. You are to escort Millennium in shifts while it's reorganizing, serving as an extension of its Great Wall and preventing the Seaborn from making landfall. So remember, the moment you get the order to change shifts, you must return to resupply immediately. Understood. Uh-oh. Seaborn spotted. The remaining Seaborn in the city are attacking the port. Do not let them approach the warship docks. Not content with ambushing us in their nest, they made a sneak attack on our city too? How annoying. Wrapping around a statue. What, have the Seaborn developed a taste for art since entering the city? That said, the Sorrow Drinker is hardly a masterpiece, so I won't feel too bad when I've reduced it to rubble. No! Spectre, you can't destroy public art! What is this? Honestly, I think it's got more charm with an arm broken off. Thanks for the glowing review, Scotty. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, ever since we left the nest. Good to hear. It's the hunters. The Abyssal Hunters have safely returned to the city. The swordfish? Captain Gladia, you've met. Yes, I saw him. We've arrived at the right time. You must have heard Secundo's report over the emergency frequency. Infiltrating Millennium, breaking into the beacon's tower control room, murdering the weapons technology advisor of the waterway program, finally choosing to return to the ocean with the Seaborn. Opianus has not made it easy to clear him of suspicion. To capture him, or even execute him, is a duty we Abyssal Hunters must perform in the future. Captain Gladia. But for the moment, our mission is to search for the remaining Seaborn scattered through the city units, and to put every last one of them to the sword. Hello, Martis. What must be said, I have said. You're avoiding the question... avoiding answering the question at the heart of all this, Martis. The question at the heart? From your description, everything that transpired beneath the ruins, the crimes you committed and consequences incurred, they all seem to stem from some mysterious inevitability. But the Martis I know was an eccentric yet gifted man. He was doubtful by nature and not one for making arbitrary decisions. He would not have rashly discarded all reason and played at being the mystic, and he would have been less inclined to reject his own existence or ignore the worth of others. The choices I have made, the outcomes I have borne. Why do you care what the past Martis thought before he made his decision? His past choices have made you who you are now. Without understanding his reasoning, we cannot understand your existence. You would care about such trifles as well, Kotsit. I understand now. Of course you would care, how could you not? The one human that once ate the strange flesh experienced such struggle too. Was it a day? Or perhaps several? In the depths of the ruins, time holds no measure. He feared, he doubted, he was compelled to think over every possibility. Where will the next crisis come from? When will it descend upon Terra? He used a lifetime of knowledge to attempt to decipher the undecipherable, to comprehend the incomprehensible. If there exists a life form that could survive the cosmos quietus, even if only as a singular being, how would it be born? Given infinite time, even the tiniest fin will be able to type out the ultimate truth of all things on the terminal using its tail. But time was our most precious resource. Admittedly, the Farenmut before him had foreseen our ruinous prospects, but could he and his progeny continue bearing the torch of life through it all? Suppose they could, before they instinctively iterate a way of overcoming that destruction in limited time. How large a population and how efficiently a fecundity would they acquire? How would they have to consume a patch of the sea, a whole planet, an entire star system? How many must die to support their lives? Suppose they could not, then where did the true answer lie? On the other side of the ocean, on the other side of the sky, or perhaps it is somewhere out in the sea of stars, untouchable by Terran hands. Even if you spend your entire life simulating, you would not have been able to obtain a definite conclusion. The information you possessed was simply insufficient to calculate every possibility. Indeed, Kotsit. But the past Martis had no choice but to try. Danger and possibility both hung above his head, while below his feet he found an unseen tightrope. Yeah, the strongest yapper of today versus the strongest yapper of in history. You could have informed your country from the start. Aegir would have helped take on burdens. Hello, Yang. The oldest records of the Academy of Science could verify the past you saw. The latest inventions of the Academy of Technology could model the future you envisioned. Cede the choice to others. Is that a solution? Or an escape? The choices of the countless many against the choices of the few. Are they more accurate or more ambiguous? More earnest or more capricious? Suppose the means for life to continue on is not civilization, and the species that transcends ruins is not humanity. If so, how would Aegir react? Enough, Martis. If you had thought of every possibility and foresaw the bitter price to pay, then your final decision is even more inexcusable. No, Aegir, I do not mean to defend my choices. What I wanted to say was that at the time, there was an immature life form that interrupted my flights of fancy. Its tentacles were minute, and its body is yet uncoordinated. Beneath its translucent membrane, simple organs could be clearly seen. Born from Isha Amala, it had unknowingly crawled past the cabin wall. It was licking my ankle happily. Was it unaware how swiftly its death would come? Did it not know it was destined to become one of the insignificant dots among the millions of biosignatures on the monitor? Being the progeny of a femme, but could it not have seen the frightful vision of its parents saw? Was it unaware of the destiny of its entire race, only to foretell and greet reunion? It had just wriggled calmly towards its foreordained? I guess, yeah, that makes sense. It's foreordained destruction, acting only out of instinct only. As for us, there are countless possibilities to consider before making a decision, countless trade-offs to worry over. We find ourselves unable to ignore the cost of our decisions, or the results, or the value and the meaning of those results. Humanity is ever a prisoner of itself, ever one step behind fate. This is the essential difference between humanity and the Seaborn. This is why they are suited to bear the duty of continued existence. Okay, Martis, you're just an asshole. That's why you ate the strange flesh? If there's any life that can survive that future of quietus, no matter what form it takes, it is worth fighting for, no matter the cost. There's no justice here, only the path ahead. You should understand now why you must help we many evolve. You are not the first one the Doctor and I have seen who can barely qualify as human, but they all made their hard choices. No one ever made a choice as horrifying as yours. Before you ate that flesh to become Seaborn, you had already renounced thinking as a human does. From my perspective, that which you abandoned in your final moments, your doubts, your misgivings, your concerns and struggles, were the most precious of treasures. They're treasures because they're unending. The Seaborn are swallowing Terra's life whole. You have not denied this, nor can you stop it. How are we to see them as our hope? What is your choice then, Kalt to incubate originating? The collapsed Stargate, the extinguishing sarcophagi of the countless failed plans, is originium the only one still in operation. Stones amidst the land and sky, ever silent. They are an incurable disease harming life atop dry land. And yet, they are a plan left by the prehistoric civilization, one expected to save all existence at the very end, in ways incomprehensible to the average person. The stairwell to survival can only be forged in the fires of destruction. No, such destruction must not happen. Much like Cerula Arbor, Originium at some point turned to the annihilation you speak of. It changed in ways none can understand and none can reverse. And since it has changed, it must now be stopped. Whatever the case, using life to feed life or ruin to beget ruin would only serve to remove all meaning for survival. Cultsit, or rather Armor 10 for the records, you surprised me. You and I should have arrived at the same conclusion via different paths. No, you should have been even more rational, more decisive. I merely noticed the spark of the prehistoric civilization it took on its mantle. You, however, were born for this task. You held aloft the torch eons before I did. You have kept watch over their distant aspirations and legacies. You have carried out your assigned mission. You have witnessed changes you bore loss. No human could have toiled for as long as you have. But now, has endless life rendered you feeble, Kotsit? Has it turned you human? You don't know Kotsit at all. Was it because of this one? Doctor, or rather, Oracle. Many facilities, many doors, your fingerprints, face, voice. Within the Cerulean cave, among the ruins, traces of you lie everywhere. You have visited the depths of the abyss before. Have I? I recognized you. I've been speaking with Coulson only until now because it was more efficient. You must know the truth. Your visitation is sure to have meaning. Perhaps you are able to explain why the project is at a standstill. But your title is different now. Something has happened to you. Otherwise, Kotze would not have no doubts about what had happened to the plan. For several reasons, the Doctor is unable to remember many of the things back then. God damn it, Teresa! Memory loss. Unsurprising. Losing one's memory is perhaps the most insignificant sacrifice you can make. Even the most resilient of life cannot withstand the ravages of tens of thousands of years. The fact that you still exist upon Terra is in itself a miracle. What I saw, what he saw, what they saw, those frightful visions are an absolute truth to you. You have lost your proud civilization and homeland. Heaven and earth have lost all color. Time and space have become vast prisons. You have been exiled by despair. You have stopped to rest upon Terra. You have not escaped your fated ruin. All memories will perish. All things rendered What? All things render meaningless. Despite this, you have not stopped fighting for hope. This planet has been forever marked by your resistance, even if those marks are mostly wreckages. I revere you and your cause, you, the people of a bygone age. A Seaborn acknowledges my past? Doctor, whether you accept it or deny it, or undecided, it matters not to me. I'm not hoping to win your understanding. I seek not your approval. You and your comrades have planted hope at the depths of the sea, a possibility, a spark. Perhaps you have forgotten it, perhaps you have renounced it, perhaps you now stand against it. Come what may, now it is I who tend to this light, and I shall not see it extinguished. Our rejections of our flames kindler will not waver the many resolution. Let's stop trying to prove ourselves, we shall return to the reality itself. We many sense the oncoming crisis. Perhaps the eye beyond the clouds has caught a glimpse of Terra's exceptionality, a sword hanging above all our heads. Terra is but a cage, trapping countless souls unaware of the truth. Now there's a crack in the bars, a crisis, also an opportunity. Sight, sound, smell, touch, the rushing of ocean waves. Within the cage that is Terra, the children of the sea are the most resilient race. Never have they stopped evolving. You cannot deny that we many have become the most magnificent of miracles. They will become the sparks in the wake of the Big Bang, the seeds from which the cosmos will blossom once more. They are the closest to success. Tell me, Kotset, Doctor, and the Ager, do you now choose humanity, Originium, or the Seaborn? It is true that a crisis fast approaches. There are still many questions I am unable to answer, many truths I am unable to grasp. But this does not imply that life can be reduced to a hollow concept that would simply erase its original meaning. You consider this a weakness, Martis. I consider it my drive, bestowed upon me by this endless life of mine. Life should be determined by the living. The Seaborn are a calamity that must be stopped. On this, the Doctor and I will not change our positions, and neither will Rhodes Island. Without civilization, how can you speak of survival? Without survival, how can you speak of civilization? It's like two parts of the same coin. Oh my god, he's glowing. This ridiculous debate has gone far enough, Martis. We have excised the seized organ from Malarium. Your kin in the city are being eliminated as we speak. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on what you've done and share the rest of your secrets with us in prison. You, Ager, and that Ebon monster. It is futile to contain me. You alone, your city alone, are not enough to slay me. To slay Shah Malan. How are you phasing out of existence? The city has completed its reorganization. I can imagine how it would look as it bars our current, but we many will surpass it. There is no right or wrong here, so let your brief resistance provide our soundest proof. Next, I will rouse the slumbering firstborn. I will lead our kin to the moons. You will become part of this magnificent cycle, Kotset, as will you, Doctor. Motherfucker just phased. Maestro, Su Santidad, I'm here to make my report. No need. Ager has already informed us of what transpired beneath the waves. What of Kotset and the Doctor of Rhodes Island? They're still in the city. We're connected, sir. This is a real-time image of the sea's surface, all thanks to Ager's drone matrix projecting directly onto the Great Lighthouse's display. The Seaborn Tide and the Agarian city both approaching the land. They're less than 10 nautical miles away. Oh my god, it looks so cool. That stirring spray, those intertwined currents. Are they all Seaborn? Even the color of the seawater has changed. That looks so good. That's only the portion that exposed us to the surface, the tip of the iceberg. The Seaborn that took advantage of Ager's landfall. This entire sector of the sea has become their nest. Ager's defensive perimeter. How long can that transformed city of theirs hold? This should be start of 8. I do not know. Have we come to the conclusion that Ager's waterway program has failed? All the Ager and Malarium are still fighting as hard as they can. For the past 2 months, the Penal Battalion has requisitioned all operational vessels along Iberia's coast. They've been on standby in Gran Fado and are now ready to set sail. I will personally lead them to reinforce Ager's defensive perimeter. Together we will stem the Seaborn Tide. I'm afraid you won't have much time to rest, Irene. It seems not. I saw the Inquisitors in formation at the base of the lighthouse earlier. In the end, Iberia has found herself walking a tightrope with no margin for error. Survival or utter destruction. There are no paths before us. Should Aega's Great Wall fall, it will be up to us to educate the Seaborn on the significance of land and the price they must pay for desecrating it. Maestro, Danyarin, you stay here, Jordy. This lighthouse will be our final bastion. The Beano Battalion's operations will depend on its signals. Do what you can to keep it going. No, not that. Look at the window. Light. Is that a lighthouse? But aren't we at the only operational eye of Iberia? What's going on? Why are we suddenly receiving so many identical signals? The lighthouses along the submerged coasts, which have sat in silence for more than half a century. They have all lit up at once. Dios mío! The silent technology of the islanders. What are you responding to? Yeah, what are they responding to? Opianus? What did you do? Opianus hears the rumbling of the city reorganizing above his head as he watches the lightless beacon tower slowly sink into the depths. The building that once supported the grand aspirations of his people is now a seaborn brood nest. The old and feeble will use their bodies as nutrients for the next generation. Their journey will continue with their newborn kin. This is how the Seaborn have always been. They spare nothing in their devotion to their kin, and do their utmost to nurture them. This thought brings a brief moment of sickness to Opianus. The weight of the great anchor in his hand stretches to his shoulder. The moment he realizes that he will never be recognized or remembered, he feels more clear-headed than ever. He is yet unable to cut the disgusting connection between himself and the Seaborn. Yet he still has the strength to cut off this tide surging towards the city. Claudia was right. Battling in the rapidly proliferating nest might only hasten his assimilation. All that awaits him is death, or worse. Opianus puts all his might into swinging his anchor. As if able to read his thoughts, the tiny hatchlings gracefully avoid his swing before calmly flickering past the grip of his anchor. He adjusts his breathing, recalculates, and swings once more. An immature life form, freshly hatched, flits across Opianus' vision. It flips over gracefully, revealing minute yet precise mechanical structures in its belly for just a moment. Oh my god, what? Then there are two, then three. The school of newborns linked together into a fine path of light, illuminating the chaotic waves. Adult Seaborn of all shapes crowd around them tightly, directing currents and protecting them as they swim into the distance. What are you escorting, Seaborn? What is it you are protecting? Nutrients, life, kin, and you, Opianus. We many together as one. As a former consul of the Academy of Technology, one at the top of his field, Opianus is certain he is not mistaken. The steady flow of wondrous things streaming out from the beacon tower are nanomachines once ensconced there. A history cut off, a dream that died young. As an abyssal hunter, he trusts his sense of smell as much as he does his scientific intuition. Their scent is no different from the Seaborn. Those beacons, dead in the cradle nearly 200 years ago, now thrum with new life. Incubated by the Seaborn, they now swim together towards the tidal confluence on the surface. Have you not given up on these games, Aeger? Despite your own noose around your neck, or is this also part of your plan? The nanomachines? At first there was only a mote of fluorescence, then a flowing line, and after that an elegant lattice spreading out across the surface of the sea. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Billions of nanomachines sway alongside the children of the sea, bobbing up and down the ocean waves. Their shimmering is minute and clear, indistinct yet unwavering. The patch of light reflects about among the Seaborn's bodies. The currents connect every nest scattered across the seas. Seaborn gather together from every corner of the ocean for their excursion onto land, gracefully extending on the paths of light. They intertwine with one another. The golden net they weave is like a galaxy strewn across the sea's surface from Malarium down into the depths of the ocean. The waterway, the network of the ocean, one connecting land and sea, one transcending chaotic space and placid time, bound together with we many. Oh shit, that's fucked. Because those nanomachines were originally used to like connect all the ships in space. Oh god, all the nests are connected.
Our fleet is in position. I'll guide us to our designated.
Oh, I don't have Inez. This kind of sucks, actually.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
I got this.
What the fuck? Marta's Seaborn, sage, traitor, hero, villain. Permanently invulnerable? The fuck do you mean?
Wow, looks awfully dangerous.
What, are you connected to that life? Is that what it is?
And that will slow them down.
Always so focused on the ground.
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
Have you forgotten to look above?
What the fuck? Wait. Wait, his ass is just dying. Wait, is he tethered to the lifespan of this? That's gonna be so disappointing. Oh, Mountain might die. Oh, never mind. Easy. Okay, that's kind of lame, actually.
So this is a battlefield.
Dude, Marcus, you're a punk-ass bitch. I'm gonna say it up front. You're a punk-ass bitch.
Waiting for Faith, the curtain of destiny.
Oh my god, there's a second phase.
It's fine. As long as I can muster up.
Oh my god, is that a knight? Oh, and he took control of Lumen.
A tooth for a here's a memento.
So you racked your brain, poor little guy. It's your
Oh my god, why are you not dying? Why are you all asleep? You have second phases? Oh my god, you're
Hear the
confused.
elegy. Faith, the curtain of destiny.
You have ADHD? You have the fucking ADHD debuff from IS-2?
At your disposal. Don't worry. I'm here with you.
Okay, well you hit Logos and you hit Lumen, so honestly, eat shit.
The Revenant's about now. Wait in line. We got plenty for everyone.
Oh, there he goes. Except Elemental. Oh, a buff depending on who gets hit. Oh, interesting.
Waiting for soul, the fairy of the other side.
Mission accomplished.
Okay. Okay, he is pretty fucking dumb. that is a pretty dumb boss, but you know, thankfully I did it with the. Yeah, that's a that's a Wizardell diff. There you are, Consul Clementia. We noticed an extremely unusual biosignature in the Cellphone Theatrum. I'm glad you're unharmed. What's the status at the front line? Legions 8 and 10, alongside the Sea Patrol, have been sending out escort ships alternatively as per your orders. The city's reorganization and the force fields are both complete. Millennium is holding against the Seaborn tide. Inform every relevant researcher in the city. I need a minute-by-minute breakdown of the situation of this region of the sea. We're still being far too passive, even with our contingency plan and put into motion. Madam Consul, you may want to see what the drone matrix just sent back. These passages of light between the Seaborn. Waterways? Consul Clementio, we re-established communication with the home territories. We just got a dispatch from the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. Any news from the hunters? 3 of them have returned to Millennium. They're cleaning up the remaining Seaborn in the eastern city units. Have you ever tried to block a certain enemy? Good luck starting 4K damage. Oh, it was probably the knight, probably, or something like that. Contact Claudia. Tell her to come to meet us immediately. Yes, Madam Consul. Let's go, Colset. Doctor, you need to deepen your contact with Ager. First boss being me try. I beat Manfred first try with Wizardel, but that's besides the point. I'll go with the captain to inform the hunters. Doctor, the Seaborn left and headed to the east. You exchanged a quick glance with Colset. Madam Consul, the doctor still has some affairs to settle. Very well. The final battle for the waterway program has concluded with the Seaborn invasion of Malarium. I require an explanation, Consul Clementia. Claudia, were any of you harmed? I see you're here too, Colset. We had a few unexpected encounters, but nothing we couldn't handle. I believe that, as an envoy of Iberia, Dr. Colset also requires an explanation. Did I ever beat a boss first try without Wizardel? Skull Shatterer. No. No. Hold on. No, I didn't. Okay, in my... I guess OGW? No, I think I still lost to OGW. Did I beat OGW on first try? I might have beat OGW on first try. Crown Slayer? Oh, I beat the first appearance of Crown Slayer first try. I beat the second appearance of Crown Slayer on like third try because I was trying to figure out a good like strategy, a good like push strat. I can use one myself if we're being honest. There is someone who wishes to see you all. Oh. Little Handy moves to the center of the Pensivarium, its projection module emitting a cold motes of light, slowly coalescing into the figure of an Ager woman. She sports a smile under her golden hair. Her eyes are focused on everyone in the room, though as though she's been waiting for, perhaps observing them for a long time. Oh my god, who are you? Did I beat the Sarkos Centurion? I did beat the Sarkos Centurion first try, but that's also because I brought Totafons, I think. Yeah. No, actually, did I? I don't remember. Consul Horatia. Why ever do you look so fatigued, my little Gladia? Though the transmission efficiency of the waterway is much higher than I anticipated, I fear our simulacras are still unable to transmit my feelings. Otherwise, I'd stroke my hair and give you a nice big hug. No need, you know the risks of doing so. The changes on the sea's surface as well as the sudden appearance of the waterways, was this your doing? Whether Ager or Seaborn, we all find ourselves competing over time. The Seaborn must keep sending nutrients to every region of the sea they conquer. They wish to quickly transform the entire continental shelf into one great nest. Every issue has two sides. This disaster has also blessed us with bioenergy beyond measure. More than 2 centuries ago, the beacon launcher would have required a dozen cities' bioenergy systems to continuously fabricate the nanomachines comprising the waterways. Now those nanomachines are being fostered by the Seaborn, who regard them as harmless kin. Using the data flow between the nanomachines as a medium, fleets and cities in squeezed states could transverse the oceans in an instant. Now, these machines cannot take Ager to the stars as our forebears imagined. They are more than enough to carve a path of life for civilization in its time of need. Oh, okay. I thought the waterways was just for Seaborn use only, but oh, okay, yeah. But that would mean that for the foreseeable future, Ager would have no choice but to enter into some kind of symbiosis with the Seaborn, using that scum as they in turn use us. Is this another of your so-called games? It is how we will break through this siege. The term waterway, the path ahead for Ager, has never referred only to pure waters. You have already had your doubts about the program, and that is fine, but if that doubt serves only to put you in disarray, then it is useless. As Ager is determined to open a waterway between sea and land, there was no question at it shall do so. I do not question your success, but perhaps there is still room for debate as to your methods. Dr. Colset, I presume, Consul Horatia of the Institute of Scientific Development Planning. It's a pleasure. It pleases me that there are still those on dry land who have inherited the will of the prehistoric civilization, that Ager is not alone in our duty. I am also glad to see you have begun our discussion with a firm diplomatic stance. Then I can take it you speak for all terrestrial civilizations, and that we can dispense with establishing diplomacy with them one by one. I too am glad to see Aegir abandon its contentment and isolation and seek out a cooperation with the land. But I regret to inform you, Madam Consul, that I do not represent it in its entirety. I merely understand it more than most. That said, I believe what Aegir needs now is a thorough understanding of terrestrial civilizations. You and I both know that this waterway will not be used only for resisting Seaborn. Aegir has its size on every unnatural existence in these lands. It is the only means for us to ascertain the intrinsic nature of Terra, and to eliminate the disasters hanging above our heads at the source. And I'm sure you are aware of how such actions will be perceived by the terrestrial nations. Compared to the Seaborn, you would be seen as the more direct threat. We bear them no ill will, we need not stoop so low. The cruelest thing we could have done is ignore the need of help of other tottering civilizations we meet on the road to settling this crisis. Of course, we will first help them to learn how to walk. Bottlenecks of development, dilemmas of war, barriers of race, clashes of cultures, trends of ideology, changes in the structures of society. For the millennia, Aegir has grown freely beneath the waves. It has faced every issue a country might face. We wish to share our experiences without reservation. And how would you do so? Using Millennium as our main port, we would send talent and technology ashore to aid the Iberians in revitalizing their home. Farenmut perceive the coming crisis far more keenly than humanity. That young one will not shelter Kierag forever. Kierag? I don't remember Kierag. We can aid that nation long trapped in the snow and breaking through its developmental barriers in a few short years, so that it may stand equal with its neighbors. Long trapped in snow. Is that the one in the north that's dealing with collapsals? We can aid the Sami. Oh, no, they're talking about that. We can aid the Sami in purging the demonic corruption permeating every inch of snow, and restart the abandoned Stargate in the north. Your sis, Kazdel? If the flames of war rage, we will calm them. If there are disputes, we will resolve them. Bolivar, Higashi, national unity is but a few fruitful negotiations away. Gerog has so many potential handsy investors. What? Aegir will aid them in every predicament. Aegir will guide them towards the only goal they need. Under the leadership of Aegir, the land and sea will share a common future. Madam Consul, I do not doubt Aegir's sincerity, but I fear your proposals will not have the effect you expect. I am sure you have the means to bring Kierag up to par with the core nations in a few years, but will dialogues between equals necessarily center around peace and development? Were the Orsus's internal problems to be resolved, who is to say they would not bare their fangs once more, and attack their neighbors to satisfy their regained appetite? Bolivar's many regimes might reach a consensus under Aegir's pressure, but how will you eradicate the profound, deliberately provoked hostility? Dr. Kaltsit, are you saying that Aegir's efforts to aid the terrestrial civilizations will only result in the opposite? I am saying that we can establish a more equal and profound cooperative relationship between us. With only your probes, you are unable to understand a civilization's needs. With only your experiences, you are unable to force a nation to skip over its path to development. Before you act, you must learn more. Otherwise, the winds you stir on land may become some great storm you cannot turn a blind eye to. We'd be more than happy to hear your suggestions then, on the condition that you do not allow us to be held back by excessive caution and meaningless apprehension. Seeing the gulf between us, between land and sea, I understand that we will need many more discussions before we can make progress. Once the waterway opens, I look forward to meeting you in the flesh, whether on land or in Aegir's home territories. I as well, Madam Consul. What about you, Gladia? Do you agree with Dr. Kaltsit on this matter? The IDP need not question Rhodes Island's sincere wish for cooperation, nor Dr. Kaltsit's abilities. I can vouch for both of these, and there are indeed essential differences between Aegir and the nations of the land. The land dwellers are short-sighted and clumsy, which makes them frail. Forcibly removing the differences between them would be no different from destroying them. It is truly necessary to show good faith. I've never seen Gladia place so much trust in someone, Dr. Kaltsit. A feat, to be sure. Perhaps she can be a bridge between our peoples and aid us in coming to a consensus. You will see that Aegir's plans are no mere idle pratter. Now do allow me a moment alone with Consul Clementia. Secunda, a fleet approaches from the land. Iberia. I hailed them via the drone matrix. This is Prefecta Secunda, the Millennium Sea Patrol. It's me. Irene? We're currently in a head-on battle against Seaborn. Don't come any closer. Your ships are too crude. I'm sorry, but they may get sucked into the eddies around Millennium. You're saying that Iberia should just wait quietly on land? That I should just watch Millennium get invaded by Seaborn and let the waterway transform into some kind of god knows what that even you, Aegir, never foresaw? We've already talked about this, Secunda. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Halt all attacks. If we were going to pick up Iberians, we'll just have to open the access channels to the rear. Why stop attacking? Look at the screen. The Academy of Technology has just sent an urgent communique. What do we do? Are those light-emitting nanomachines components for the waterway? But the Seaborn is still attacking the city. If they fused with nanomachines and bear identical biosignatures, our weapons will be able to locate and attack the Seaborn only. Don't tell me the legions want us to halt our covering fire and rely only on Millennium's force fields to hold them back. May as well slit our wrists and be done with it. Scribbling on your device again? You know, sometimes I really admire your ability to keep a cool head. Using the images from the drone matrix to render a 3D model. Rendering in progress. Or use them. Perhaps the answer lies within the riddle itself. The biosignatures of the nanomachines and the Seaborn are identical, but we still know clearly that the nanomachines have formed a waterway. Low tier C patroller? Yeah. How? We can see them. Each machine emits a particular light that's clearly visible. Contact the Academy of Technology and tell them we have a proposal for modifying our weapons targeting systems. But recalibrating 2 legions worth of auxiliary optical systems would take a lot of time. What about using a lighthouse on land? Irene, it seems we arrived in the nick of time. A dozen or so lighthouses on the lost coastline have resumed operation. They're responding to your waterway. Combined, they should be enough to illuminate this entire patch of sea. Maybe they could serve as your auxiliary optical systems? I'm hardly an engineer, but these lighthouses were built with Islander or Agirian technology. They should be compatible with your existing systems. That should cut the time needed in half. I'll let Consul Clementia know. Thank you, Irene. The Inquisition would be overjoyed to see these newly unclouded eyes become part of the combined defenses of land and sea. We're partners now, Secunda. Though maybe we should be thanking Briogan instead. Briogan. He truly dedicated himself to these lighthouses. A naval architect drifting into a foreign land, striving for the day when land and sea could work together. He foresaw calamity but left no answers behind. It's a pity that Aegir saw him as an outsider while Iberia never truly accepted him. He died alone and miserable. But now his plans will finally have the chance to become reality. He acted far slower than he did. Indeed. But it's not too late, or rather now is precisely the time. Let's get started, Irene. So Ulpiana sinking the beacon tower was a good thing. For not just like getting rid of the infection, but creating the waterway. I'm still more used to you with your veil on, Horatio. Did you show off your scar below your ear to let Galia know that, as her mother, you will tolerate her setbacks just as you accept the blemish she left on your face? Ha, I'm not that strict of a mother. With her left hand on the astrolabe, Horatia's right hand softly strokes her cheek, right below her ear, or below her right ear. Her thin scar stretches upwards, nearly touching her eye. There is a smile on her face. Her right ear... Oh, this one. Interesting. But there is no blemish. It's beautiful. Trivial for a doctor to erase, but I refuse. My little Gladia was barely 5 at the time. She was taking her first career development assessment, and through this made her wishes rather clear. You don't know how glad I am to see her grown. She's certainly more suited for the life of Legionnaire than in the Institute of Societal Programs or Institute of Scientific Development Planning like you expected. No matter. Whatever field she joins, she's sure to excel. She was born for Aegir. I remember when she was 2, the Institute of Incubation said your disposition and nature of your work made you ill-suited to raise her, and suggested you place her in their care. They said the same thing when I decided to raise her first decided to raise her myself. Saying that again 2 years later would not change my mind. But what truly pleased me was seeing young Gladia rejected as well. I wouldn't say you have the best bond as mother and daughter, but you do have an odd kind of rapport. Alright, that's enough, my little manta ray. Oh, she even acknowledges it. I suspect we have more pressing matters to discuss rather than reminiscing about my daughter. Can you please not call me that? Very well, Consul Clementia. While we spoke, every city in the home territories has been conducting an unprecedented investigation into the Church of the Deep. As the core of R&D, Blondus was able to tamper with Class 4 weapons, but his actions should have absolutely been detected at some point before they were put to use. Meaning there are so many behind him fanning the flames. All members of both academies who had anything to do with those weapons' design, manufacture, and maintenance are receiving the most thorough investigation possible. In response, the Church has brought their full influence to bear. By grasping at a certain single leaf, we may be able to put out an entire rotten branch. And with Martis, no doubt, we will be able to identify the Church's deepest roots. Aegir itself is undergoing a grand surgery. Surgery to cut out a festering tumor, isn't it? The waterway is open, and the fallen who corrupt our nation have been revealed. Both are of great value as I see it. Are you trying to console me over the superficial waterway program's failure? To tell me that the sacrifices Millennium made were not without meaning? Why do you insist on double negatives? They make you seem so weak. There is no such thing as a superficial program in Aegir, Consul Clementia. If the IDP had approved the program, it means its planning and members are entrusted with the hopes of Aegir. We believe you are capable of using the Class 4 weapons to purify our waters and open the waterway. This has always been an official part of the program, yet it failed. The theoretical success rate of oceanic purification was never high. However, the waterway program was guaranteed success. Drop in AFK mode. Did I not promise you that before you set off? Trust in me. Trust in Aegir. I don't doubt that even in this, if this city were to sink, consigning all 10,000 or so Aegir souls in it to the depths, the waterway would still open without a hitch. However, of all the possibilities you've accounted for, how many call for sacrifice? How I wish this meeting of ours never had to happen, Horatio. Did you call a whiny bitch? Yeah, basically. Is that why you worked yourself to the bone, my little manta ray? I've read into the reports on Millennium. As consul of the entire city, you need not throw yourself into each and every little affair. The stimulants you abuse will not hide the exhaustion on your face. You really have thought of everything, as you always do, Horatio. All these losses and sacrifices, the falls and betrayals, even Martis' secret. Are you not the least bit shaken? Speaking of Martis, you've reminded me of something. Of what? Martis regards himself as the gardener of sin. At times like these, he is wont to hide himself behind history. I can infer why he'd seek a cooperation from Dr. Kaltzit. From the way you describe it, those discussions quickly devolved into a vapid declaration of war. I find it difficult to imagine he'd be satisfied with such a failure of negotiations. That is, unless he gained some other information. We will continue to track his whereabouts. Are you hiding something from me, my little manta ray? Clementia does not answer. She instead raises her head to look at Horatio, face to face. With the simulacrum erasing the distance between them, she knows that Horatio will be able to see every detail of her expression. But the curve of Horatio's lips do not change. Her eyes are as gentle as ever, too. Clementia hopes that her own expression is as firm as hers. I am still the chief designer of warfare on the waterway program before you arrive, Horatio. Naturally. Your calculations may have arrived at the correct outcome, but I had to handle the situation in my own way. The Academy of Science and Academy of Technology each have their own duties. Yes, of course. I only hope that this obsession with self-reflection will not cause any complications. Your keen judgment must stay unclouded. I won't let that happen. You're coming a little closer. We still have some time. Kaltzit, Rhodes Island, Iberia, the Inquisition, you'll be busier than ever soon, so best not keep crowding like that. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. The connection was just cut off. Okay. Oh, the Seaborn is still here. Yeah. Yuri and my Arknights? More likely than you think. Trying to run? Smart. Your kin are behind this wall. A lot of them. It's the end of the road for you, though. What a pity. Yishamla. A sudden voice tinged with surprise. Scotty turns, looking towards its source. A conical creature exuding light leaves the shadow of the buildings, shielding the two-cornered Seaborn with its body. There he is. Leave, kin. Through the eddy ahead, return to the sea. You're so honestly gentle with them, it's disgusting. I'm guessing you're the leader. Our meeting was preordained, Isharmala. Huh? You know me? Scotty grips her sword tightly. Uh-oh. Oh, this is like, oh yeah, this is what when I first saw the Path to Life PV, I was like, Scotty, why are you playing the piano with the Seaborn? Ishamala. From Salviento to Gran Faro, from the Soltefera to here, you scum have been watching me this whole time. What, do you see your god in me too? Are you here for family or revenge? No. Isharmala. Scotty, you are not nutrients to complete the cycle, you are its end. Our kin will not prey on you. On the contrary, they respect you, protect you. They await your transformation, they await your evolution. Scotty looks at the being's eye. For whatever reason, this monster she has never seen before seems familiar. Very familiar. The bizarre organs surrounding the Seaborn disperse and surround her in turn. A shimmering umbilical cord connects her body with the Seaborn's. Scotty only remembers when she faced the first Seaborn to talk. In that cave below the church, she also experienced a moment of distraction back then. She had just been through a fierce battle, her blood boiling with frenzy, but now she feels herself uncontrollably responding to the Seaborn's touch. She curses herself for this moment of a distraction. Why? A natural phenomenon. One I am also helpless to resist. This is the answer, Scotty. I ate of his flesh, and he lives on within you. You are he. I am he. Our hearts connected, our blood interlinked. You need not waver, you need not doubt. The kin will not demand you walk with us. Isha-Mala chose you to continue his life. Perhaps this is the only way. He will witness what he must witness, travel the road he must travel. What did he see in you? Perhaps, could it be, Scotty, that in the cold, dark future, in the cosmos where all things are doomed to fade away, you are the one hope, the spark, the possibility? Are you the one who bears the final wishes of untold lives? Scotty. Doctor? Scotty swings her sword. Her grip never once relaxed. It slices through the umbilical cord. She stares coldly at the creature before her. Oh, and I think everyone's looking for you. Doctor, Scotty, you know each other? Is it so strange? She's one of my cute little operators. Dude, I feel like Scotty would just like kill us for that. This is the first time something stirs the peace within the Seaborn's chest. The oddly colored nuclei, along with the bizarre organs floating by this side, begins to wave as rhythmically as the tides. It does not approach, but both you and Scotty can sense a burst of emotion. Joy. No matter if you personally took part, Doctor, no matter if what took place in the Cerulean Cave I had aught to do with you. After countless years, you now stand alongside Isha-Mala. The connection between you and kin cannot be erased. It is you who wrote this instinct into our memories. We depend on one another. I do have Scotty, actually. I just don't have Scotty Alter. The wheel of fate still turns. The survival successors will one day meet and achieve the most improbable of possibilities. The hardship we suffer is ever present. The thirst for the life we thirst for is ever present. I await for you at the end point of evolution, Dr. Scotty. I await you both. Handle things in the city first. I couldn't understand that thing at all. What was it talking about? Some kind of declaration of war. Didn't sound like that to me. You woke me up just now, Doctor. When I was in face-to-face with that Seaborn, I remember something I felt back in Salviento. Nothing good, I presume? I hated it. What good could come from a Seaborn rambling to a human? Don't worry, I know what happened. Good, I couldn't explain it even if I wanted to. You don't seem surprised, though. No wonder a cultist asked you to come underwater. That thing sounded like it had been looking for you? It's a long story. So we were both being watched. Next time I'll be by your side. Don't worry, Doctor. I'm Scotty. Abyss Owner Scotty. Rhodes Island Operator Scotty. Always have been. Doesn't matter if that thing comes looking for me or you. I'll cut its vocal cords before it can speak. Remember who you are, and it'll work out. You just don't become Isha-Mala. That's all you need to do. The tide's coming in outside these walls. Sounds like it won't stop for a long while. Oh my god, we're still going. Oh, it was observing. Oh shit, it was observing us. They know.
Word wasted. We make for an excellent.
The transmission was sent to the console. This is an operation? Without walls and barriers, there can be no civilization. What the fuck is BP-9? Easy stage? Okay. Oh my god, there's 184 of them.
Crash the mission briefing. I know what you
Oh,
want.
it's Annihilation, and I brought oh, it's the extra Seaborn.
Whew. I have to get serious now.
Thus I speak.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
Incapacitating them is enough, right?
Yes, I'll be fine. Oh my god, this. Oh! Oh my god, tactical nuke. Thank you, Manta Ray.
Hear the morning star, the illumination of wisdom.
Oh, these fuckers.
The Revenant's battling. Poor little guy. It's your unlucky day.
Yeah, S1 shoe here kind of sucks. There are certainly a lot of you.
Waiting for your soul, the fairy of the other side.
Oh, Destreza!
In my calculations.
Wizardel could never.
A tooth that will slow them down.
Why are there so many of you? Be gone, foul beastie!
Flesh and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins. Bloom
Oh, okay.
fields.
Alright.
Every incantation I wrote was utilized by you, with not a single word wasted. We make for an excellent team, Doctor.
Oh my god, let me get water. I thought I was done! Do you really mean to return? I've finally found out that man's whereabouts. No matter who he is or what Volpo he decides to hide himself in, he hurt our daughter. He needs to pay. Then let me come with you. I don't care if it's family standing in our way, cruel catastrophes, endless tides, or fire raining from the skies. We'll face them together. Would the shrine be alright without you? Relax, he's just killing a few people. It long past time, though, for those bastards to head to hell. The shrine and husband? Then it seems we must part once more. Heavens drink their fill, sky besought by Sakura. Drunken clouds stumble. Was that a haiku? It's got a good rhythm, perfectly suited for reciting while swinging a sword. Who the fuck is that? The hell, man? Why are you crying? An assassin gets revenge for her daughter by crossing too big family, so she's forced to flee to a distant country. And many years later, she has to leave behind her gentle husband and re-enter the storm. Oh, it was a movie, okay. All for her daughter's sake again. When I think about the people in real life who live like that, I can't help it. The way I see it, the movie should be from her point of view. I hope I don't gotta remind you that this film's supposed to be our Famiglia's business card in the new city, and we're supposed to be reviewing it together. We gotta control how this city looks at our boss and our business. I thought you said it was great last time. Really? Great. Then why that killer lady showed up out of nowhere? Cruel catastrophe? Endless tides? Fire raining from the skies? Who wrote this crap? Sure, the Colombians poked a hole in the sky, but I ain't heard no fire raining down. When's this supposed to take place anyway? When are you gonna learn to have a bit of perspective? A cold-blooded killer putting down her blade for a peaceful tomorrow in Nuova Volsini, all thanks to our Famiglia's influence. You can't get more with the times than that. If you put it like that, the film's even more crap. But you're right, as long as it's to the Signora's liking. Uh-oh. Hey, which bastard touched the switch? We're on attack? No, look at the screen. Ooh, it's Ryan. Oh, hello, Nasty. What's Tin Man, Mr. Tin Man? We have a press conference starting soon, so please keep it quick. Well, you were all busy flinging all those things into the sky, made a few rounds in Kazdel. You know how I feel about this. Hello, Hiroshi. I do, young Banshee, I do. My verdict is that they feel about you as much the same as you feel about them. Considering the many vital connections they have across Terra, if they do decide to get behind your project, there will be plenty of headaches for all involved. Thanks for the tip. Now, the press conference is about to begin. Don't be so hasty. Let me finish. Nasty Lunore, Director of Engineering at Rhine Lab. You know full well that the dream you were promised can be shared with more than just the Sarkaz. The Maylander Foundation will pledge their full support towards you and your elf friend's brazen plan. We will decide on a date to discuss the details later. That includes future launch plans, where we hope to re-establish a more complete Galleria Stellaria. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, there's Moo. Nasty, you on the phone? Once the conference is over, we need a meeting room, a coffee machine, and to clear an entire weekend off our schedule. That bad, huh? If only it were as simple as good or bad. But first, the conference. Is Silence here? I was hoping she'd stop by, but fat chance she's got the time. I put one of those Bird and Beast blind boxes from Kiereg on her desk, and sure, she'd opened after a week, but the little beastie was already buried under an avalanche of files in need of review. Oh no. The guy who's supposed to be making a speech for us isn't here yet either. Well, he's still got 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. Please quiet down. I'll be happy to answer any and all relevant questions during the QA segment. Sounds like he's in a good mood. Let us first... Oh! Playing the same trick twice? Doesn't it get old? No, Fernand's confused too. This wasn't part of his plan. This is... Oh, this is the Aegir! Oh shit, this is the Aegir broadcast. The challenges we face are far greater than ourselves or catastrophes. We must form a community under the leadership of Aegir to overcome them together. Repeat, an Aegir broadcast to all surface-dwelling peoples. We ask all of humanity to set aside your conflicts and prejudices and join the Aegir in building a bulwark together. The Matrix has broken through the blockade and swept past the sea. Essential information and calculation results are about to make landfall. The challenges we face are greater than ourselves or our catastrophes. We must form a community under the leadership of Aegir to overcome them together. Oh, you dumb motherfuckers. Why'd you broadcast it? Under the leadership of Aegir. You're still looking forward towards the land, Dr. calls it. Like a mother anxious about the child she had to leave behind. A child, is it? In one brief communication, you have delivered knowledge that countless others have given their lives for to no avail. Geographical data on the Foan hotlands and Infi ice field, and images from even further north of the continent. One way of showing goodwill, I suppose. To share knowledge is natural, while showing goodwill takes intention. I fail to see how the two are related. It was essential to thoroughly evaluate the extent of shock this would be to our terrestrial friends. Were these not urgent times, we really should have been more cautious. My concern is that... Uh-oh. There are immediate dangers more worthy of our attention. How much longer do you believe Malarium can hold, Consul Clementia? With our fleets taking shifts, we can keep up continuous 24-hour covering fire for a week. There have been no major changes in the Seaborn's movements. As the energy supplying the force fields dries up, the stopping power of our weapons will also gradually dwindle, but this is not outside expectations. The city can hold out for another half a month, no more. How long will it take reinforcements to arrive from the home territories? A week. Our countless nanomachines have established steady information flows. Compressed fleets and cities can speed through them, traversing the oceans in an instant. However, assembling our forces will take time. A week. How quick? You need not hide your worries, Dr. Kaltsit. There are essential differences between the ways we and the Landwalkers think. Simple sincerity is insufficient for reaching effective bilateral cooperation. On the one hand, we hope that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. On the other, you worry that subsequent contact and communications will be outside your control. You even worry that Scotty and the other doctors have deviated from your plan. You already know Scotty's secret then. My little handy happens to record a chance meeting between Scotty, the Doctor, and Martis on a street corner. Compared to discovering the secrets of their identities, controlling who knows what is much more difficult. An abyssal hunter with a firstborn within her, and a predecessor scientist who witnessed the rise and fall of the prehistoric civilization in person. They are both of great importance to Aegir. Based on simple evolutionary logic, the firstborn would not have chosen to entrust the future of its kin to its killer. We still have no idea how the Seaborn will become the final answer to resisting ruination. Even with the missing memories, the Doctor still bears that mission. How will this so-called death of all things come about, and what can Terra do about it? We must find out. Scotty and the Doctor are, without a doubt, the key to Ager's solving of the riddles. Scotty will face her blood, the Doctor's duty will be fulfilled, but it should be their choice, not someone else's schemes. I fear that once Ager learns of their identities, it will devise a way to exploit them. Horatia asked me earlier if I was hiding something from her. And how did you answer, Madam Consul? No need to worry, she does not know yet. You truly treasure Scotty and the Doctor, don't you? Even when confronted with a disaster threatening to wipe out civilization. You still wish to respect their choices. But this is no time for us to hesitate. I can't hide this from Horatio forever. I presume you have a plan then, considering you're hiding this from her. I've reached an agreement with Claudia. We will take over all Abyssal Hunter-related research in the name of the Legions, and ensure that the Hunters will not be put in circumstances depriving them of a choice. As for the Doctors and myself, we hope to go deeper into the Ager home territories and solve these mysteries by ourselves. I fear that we will need an Ager guide. Well then, it would be my pleasure. Battle of the Four Emperors? Dude, I would love to see a lot of the historical events of Terra. Cassia will have received the punishment she deserves. Millennium's incubation chamber has been moved to safety. So long as the city doesn't fall, the child she left behind will be born safely. It will be raised in the Institute of Incubation. I know what you're thinking. The fate of a Church of the Deep's cultists isn't worth calling you over for. You still think that everything will end in ruin, Mr. Avitus? I still believe in history. Once written, it can never be changed. Even a tragic victory is destined to be another page in its annals. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let's get down to business, Jordy. I met with Consul Clementia. I confessed everything. What I was thinking, what I did, what I saw but never spoke of. I accepted the Tribunal's interrogation but did not believe I deserved to be labeled fallen. I had stood at the precipice and looked around, perhaps even stuck a toe over the edge, but no more than that. Their final verdict was that I could keep my post and continue to stay in Malarium. It sounds like you have other plans, though? They may see it as repentance, but I cannot forget the outcome of my silence and inaction. I am not arrogant enough to believe that I could have affected an entire military campaign on my own, but what if I had reported Cassia's unusual behavior? This could have played out very differently. And so, I plan to leave Malarium. To where? The Agirian home territories? Somewhere even further than that. Even further? Now that the waterways have opened, Ager is about to restart the work interrupted by the Seaborn. Expeditionary fleets will once more explore the far side of Terra, but this time, we have changed the course of our voyage. We might set off from that mining nation of Rim Billington and try to touch the edge of the sea. Ooh! Better I die on some expedition into the unknown than wallow here in sorrow, self-reproach, and despair until it saps me of all my strength. Then, there, whether we go forwards or downwards, no one knows what awaits us. We will be like Briogan in times of yore, pushing back against the darkness of ignorance. You mean, you caught on, Jody Fontarosa? Yes, I'm inviting you to join us on this distant journey. I'm not the only one who desires this. You said earlier that I never answered your questions properly. You were right, and I should apologize. But there was something I truly wished to tell you back then. We have no need to prove our place. Even if the vestiges of the past have worn you down to nothing, you can still try your future to Ager. I don't know what to say, but this is all a bit much. Don't worry, Ager respects the choices of all its citizens. We fare well on your carefully considered departure. We await your eventual return, no matter how long it may take. Maestro, today's maintenance work on the lighthouse should be finished. Is there some sort of issue with the others? No. I'm just here to watch the sea like you. I heard from the other Inquisitors that you kept making time to come to the coast, even while we were in Malaria? Iberia threw its stone into the sea. We were worried it would foment an unstoppable wave, but what was even more worrying was that it might sink in silence with nary a whisper. Fortunately, the stone stirred up the ripples we hoped for, and Iberia was able to see the circumstances beneath the waves, and in so doing, make up its mind. You performed your duties as envoy admirably. If there was ever a time in your life to stand tall with your head held high, now is the time. Yes, sir. Maestro, I've been thinking about returning to Gran Fado. going back to the chapel where I used to live with Uncle Thiago. You should have seen Thiago one last time. We live in an age of regrets. If you see the Inquisition as source of those regrets, I cannot refute you. If you have things to pack, Irene can help you. What? No, that's not what I meant. I'm really just thinking of going back to have a look. In other words, you haven't yet made up your mind. Yeah. You told me earlier that the Inquisition was letting me return to Ager. That was a test. Am I not? On the contrary, Jordy. Do not mistake in bewilderment for momentary hesitation. You have lifted your lantern and clearly seen the fork in the road ahead before you. You are merely weighing your choices before choosing which path to follow. The sea fog is thick and both routes seem slick with mud, but you are not the one to be criticized for this. Jordi Fontanarosa, if you choose to follow that Aegirian scholar into unknown waters, the Inquisition will not stop you. The strength of the waves crashing against the shore will not change because a single clerk leaves or stays. If you choose to stay ashore in Iberia, you will carry responsibilities that are more exhausting than you are used to, but also much more important. Those are the expectations Iberia has for you. The choice is yours. I understand, Maestro. By the by, Irene mentioned that you had been suffering from severe insomnia these past few days. How was last night? It rained rather heavily around midnight, without a star in the sky. By the crack of dawn, there had been about 2 or 3 urgent situations I had to handle. But overall, a rather peaceful night, all things considered. Yeah, but you didn't go to sleep! Do the Seaborn dream? Dreams are comprised of thoughts or emotions flaring up as they dissipate, but now I am nothing more than instinct. Oh. Why? This scene. Again. Following the unfathomable passage in the ruins, at the very end, a great beast gently sticks a tentacle to the bulkhead. What is it waiting for? Perhaps. I walk forward, passing through the shadow of the cerulean tree until I am before him. I extend a hand. Warning. Deep sleep procedures will commence in 3 minutes. Real-time translation programs will soon shut down. Please provide all necessary instructions as soon as possible. Ishar Mala, our shared name, our shared decision. We trust one another, we feel as one, do we not? I will watch over you until the end of my days. No, this person isn't me. This isn't my daydream, it's Ishar Mala's memories? Ugh. You've followed me through many nests, Abyssal Hunter. The reinforcements from the home territories are about to arrive. The confrontation between your kin and Ager's legions will soon intensify. You would choose this moment to depart. Your front line has already advanced onto the land. Seaborn, why choose to turn back and return to the Abyss? How is this conflict connected to the reawakening of the Firstborn? You are an astute man, Hunter. I merely discovered your existence before the others. You left evidence in Ishar Malah's body. You are the Church of the Deep's founder. You sought refuge in the shadows to seek traces of me. Only a shadow may merge with a shadow. A most interesting hunter. What do you wish to know? Everything. I know you, Hunter. You are Scotty's comrade. Has Ager refused your everything? This nation has refused too much. So much so that it's dug its own grave. Your schemes are far too obvious. I never intended to hide them. I fell in order to obtain answers. I can tell you all you've longed for to know, Hunter. Regarding my next actions, regarding the sealed passages in the ruins embedded in Terra's mantle, regarding how the other Firstborns will awaken, regarding Ager, regarding the next doom to greet Terra. We kin are selfless, we kin are devoted, we kin wish to share everything. The only requirement is that you become one with we many. Opianus meets the Seaborn's gaze. Don't do it, Opie. It has no face, but he can tell it is observing him. Through its transparent membranes past the faintly leaping nuclei, Opianus sees his own eyes. You said you fell earlier. No, Hunter, the conjoining of flesh is not enough. Conjoining of flesh? Oh, be honest, what the fuck did you do? Turn endurance to acceptance. Turn humiliation to elation. You must trust the kin. You trust your own instincts. You must take up the duty of far beyond imagination. The duty of we many. Perhaps you will learn the full truth in our embrace, but when the time comes, you will be unable to, unwilling to bring it back to Aga. Just as I could not. The Seaborn passes Ulpianus, swimming ever deeper into a nest. Its back quickly disappears from view, leaving only the nest before him in full bloom. The contaminated coral shimmers in its multitudes. Countless fantastical life forms flit between them, using its glimmer to dispel the darkness of its depths. They grow, they form tides. But Ulpianus ignores them. His gaze passes over a golden sea, over every scar, every inch of flesh, every cell, every chaotic waking dream. It falls somewhere he cannot see, the deepest recess of his own self. Ulpianus follows along. Ulpianus, no! Okay, but they gave it to us as an operator, so surely he doesn't, like, become full Seaborn. Alright. That is everything. And now it's time to buy some underflow tokens. Nope, that's not what I wanted to buy. Thoughts?
I think me to take this body.
I think it gave
Pick your job
so many.
You'll be seeing a lot more.
It gave so much lore about the Seaborn, and honestly, it was so. I really liked the information it gave. I think me having seen the Terra 3.0 message alongside everything else was what really did it for me. I think that was really good. All right. Let's see. So, was it 1d4? Yeah, I'll spend those 25 sanity pots. Don't you worry. All right, it's time to roll, baby. Oh, hold on. What's the third option? 1, 2, 3. Ooh, it's I have bad news. It's Silver Ash. Okay, on one hand, having Silver Ash isn't too bad. Having String while I don't have Linar isn't too bad. Try Lucky Wheel. The wheel. I need the reveal. Yeah. Like the other one is like Blaze, but I don't need Blaze per se. Like, this is nice, but I don't need Blaze. And XU got beat by Ash, and I know her S3 is crazed. Get Saria. Saria is also an option. But I also have Shu. Yeah, if I do auto, it's nice. Yeah, the dice spoke. We got a 3. It's Silver Ash. Remember, we abide by the. Okay. Here, we'll do whoever reaches a total of 3, just so that you guys can be sated. Okay, so there's one for Saria, there's one for Shu, or one for Saria, one for Silver Ash. Okay, one for XU. Okay, one for Blaze. All right. Okay, one for XU. Another for Blaze. Ooh, actually, that's 3 for Blaze. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess. Mountain pot, true. Hold on, what does mountain pot get me? All right, but we can't end it off on a dice roll. We have to do a coin flip. So ignore the first coin flip. So heads is Blaze, and tails is Silver Ash. Okay, well, I guess it's Blaze. Blaze time. S2 main skill for Blaze. Oh, yeah. I've read about this. Increases to 80, slices, loses. Oh, interesting. Not the rig coin, fuck you. Alright, let's, you know what? Blaze isn't too bad. Skill 2 of his Blaze, yeah.
Rhodes Island operator Blaze reporting in. Here, the authorization.
Sometimes I don't want to use Zolet.
Now I'm
you know?
under your direct command.
Oh yeah, actually it's kind of fucked my guards. Because I have Blaze, Scotty, Chen, and Ulfianus. So, you know, it's gonna be a little rough. Do I have to spend... Oh my god, I have to spend 35 of these in... Oh, shit. Okay. I guess I'm farming a lot of Path of Life then. Anyway, thank you all very much for the stream. I'm gonna go hop down to the gas station and buy some what's it called? Some chips. Tomorrow is Stranova, although I might change it to Marvel Rivals depending on if I can rope some people in. But yeah, thank you all very much, and I will see you all later.